Chapter 1082. Seeing the look on Blind Lady's face, Jiang Sun smiled awkwardly. There were some things that he would have to face sooner or later. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, Hai Tianqing is now living on an island with his wife, parents, and children. The information contained in this sentence was definitely sufficient. Okay, Blind Lady replied calmly and turned around to leave. Jiang Sun was extremely flustered. Why? Because he was the one who helped to bring Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyu together. It's best that they don't meet. It's best that they don't meet. The Shuraba is the scariest. It's fine if the young Father Hai is gone. What's that saying again? I'll take care of your wife. You don't have to worry. But what if you hurt the innocent? Although Jiang Xiao was a matchmaker and not a queen, the nature of what he was doing was different. Women were creatures with very strange brain circuits. In particular, when this woman was a great Dharma goddess of the starry sky stage, the threat level would increase exponentially. Jiang Sun, Hu Wei, and Cang Lan continued to discuss the accommodation matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, who was standing at the gate of the Calamity Shadow World, watched the savages enter and exit the White Birch Forest tribe and had a thought. Jiang Xiao turned to look at the two chiefs and said, I'm in my original form, so I have many magical star techniques. Oh, upon hearing this, Tribe Chief Buru's interest was piqued. A planet was already shocking enough. What else could be compared to it? Tribe Chief Buru said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for everything you've done for the White Birch Forest and the Ice Praying Forest. Our tribe will always remember your kindness. Okay. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. This old savage was getting better at speaking Mandarin. He said, I can raise all of you by 1 level. Tribe Chief Buru was dumbfounded. The Ice-Praying Forest Patriarch was speechless. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. But I was terribly frightened. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xiao subconsciously placed his hands on his hips. The Ice-Praying Forest asked, Is what Chief Jiang said true? Yes. Jiang Xiao gestured to the Ice-Praying Forest and said, According to the classification of our human society, you're a platinum quality creature, which is a level 4 creature. I can force you to become a diamond quality creature, which is a level 5 creature. Bing Qilin's huge illusory body floated beside tribe leader Buru. That clear face actually revealed a hint of excitement. Jiang Xiao raised his head slightly at Patriarch Blue and said, Similarly, you and your clansmen can do the same. The gold-ranked Savage Man-Blade, Man-Halberd, and Woman Archer can all be upgraded to Platinum-ranked. Platinum-ranked Savage Wizards and Witches can be upgraded to Diamond rank. Patriarch Buru did not doubt Jiang Zhao's words. A planet was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. It turned out that there were indeed star techniques that were more shocking than star techniques. Buru's voice was trembling. Mr. Jiang, Jiang Xiao said, I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it's correct. Biological characteristics are one aspect, and the level is another. Take Bing Qilin as an example. You're an ice spirit and a natural leader. You can lead the ice demons and frozen walkers to establish your own team. However, if Bing Qilin is upgraded from platinum to diamond, will you be able to lead the other ice spirits? The Ice-Praying Forest was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he did not respond because he was not a diamond-quality creature and had never encountered a diamond-quality ice spirit before. Hence, he did not know what the specific effects were. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Buru and said, What about you? You're a savage sorcerer. We all know that sorcerers and witches are also the leaders of the savages. They can also lead Man-Blade, Man-Spear, and Woman Archer. If your level is upgraded, will you be able to lead the other sorcerers and witches? Buru thought about it and said, I think it's possible. Oh, Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued. Why do you say that? Buru smiled and said something that surprised Jiang Xiao, because I'm not a sorcerer. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao did not know what kind of savage tribe Chief Buru was. After all, he was old and had never seen him fight on the battlefield. However, since Buru was the tribe chief, he must be a sorcerer in Jiang Zhao's heart. Could it be? Could it be? Jiang Shao was shocked. Could it be that you're a witch? Chief Buru was dumbfounded. At the side, the ice-praying forest seemed to understand Jiang Zhao's words. The corners of its mouth twitched awkwardly on its illusory face. It seemed that the ice-praying forest had mastered Chinese well during their time in the white birch forest. Chief Buru said, I'm a manblade. Moreover, according to the classification of human society, I'm not an ordinary gold-quality manblade, but a platinum-quality manblade. The other man's spear, manblade, and woman archer are all willing to follow me. As for the sorcerers and witches who were dissatisfied with me, after my team grew stronger, they all joined us and gradually accepted this fact. TSK. Jiang Shao sighed softly. Looking at Chief Buru's reminiscent gaze, he smiled and said, Old tribe chief, you have quite a lot of stories. Hee. Chief Buru laughed. He was already extremely ugly, and the wrinkles on his face were even more unbearable. Perhaps I can write an autobiography about how I built this white birch forest for future generations to read. Jiang Shao nodded and said, My other force, Ancient Night Tower City, also had a special fellow. It was supposed to be a platinum-quality silver companion, but it suddenly became a diamond-quality silver companion. Like Chief Buru, it's also a master who commands the world. It's a natural leader, and the grimmest monks of the same breed are all willing to listen to its commands. It seems that it's not an exception. The saying of silver quality suppression is very reliable. As he spoke, Jiang Shao turned around and faced the two tribe chiefs. He said, I'd like to ask a favor of the two of you. Mr. Jiang, as long as you say it, Chief Buru immediately said in such an atmosphere. This did not seem to be in line with his thoughtful and apprehensive personality. It seemed that Jiang Zhao's kindness to the white birch forest was too great, so great that Chief Buru was willing to bear the risk. Jiang Shao said, I'll raise the two of you, as well as your clansmen, by one rank. Will you be able to unify the savage tribe and ice tribe of the Beijiang land? Chief Buru's breathing paused for a moment. If it was before, he would not have such confidence. But now, Jiang Shao had made it clear that he could raise their ranks. In this way, everyone who was at the level of a foot soldier would become a leader. That kind of rallying power was not to be trifled with. Battles might be unavoidable, but more often than not, there might be scenes of kowtowing and surrendering. Once the snowball of the white birch forest rolled, unifying the savage tribe of the entire Beijiang land would not be an impossible task. No matter how old Chief Buru was, no matter how stable he was, faced with such a merit, his heart trembled violently. After all, the blood of the savage tribes still flowed in Chief Buru's body. War, killing, that was their nature. The white birch forest that had been enlightened by Lady Zhu, you would obviously have more targets. The armory that would unify the world. What kind of scale would the white birch forest develop to? Old Chief Buru had painstakingly worked for many years just to strengthen the white birch forest. Jiang Zhao's proposed goal coincided with his thoughts. At the side, Bing Qilin suddenly spoke. Under the illusory lines, Bing Qilin's words were indistinct, as if it had its own special sound effects. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I can't complete the mission you've given me. Jiang Shao was stunned. If the savage tribe's warlike genes flowed in their blood, then as the tyrant ice soul, they preferred killing and government. Faced with such a proposal, Bing Qilin was actually not moved. Bing Qilin said, Apart from us, the ice tribe team that had nowhere else to go, there are no other ice tribe creatures in the Beijiang land that you mentioned. I don't have any other tribe to unify. Jiang Shao was speechless. The speechless Jiang Shao got angrier the more he thought about it. He glared at the ice soul. You're the one with the legs? You've only learned Chinese for a few days, but you're quite serious, huh? Jiang Shao said, Then go and unify the ice tribe in your Liaodong land. What do you think? Bing Qilin suddenly floated out, its huge figure shrouding Jiang Shao. It lowered its head and said softly, I'm willing. You're willing. You're still willing. Your gaze is so sincere, and your words so gentle. Let me tell you, whether you're willing or not, we can't be together. Back then, you ice soul tyrants bullied me because I was a little crow and stroked me. I almost peed my pants in fear. There's nothing special about me. the king of poisonous healers, but I'm especially vengeful. In one night, the White Birch Forest Tribe and Bing Chilan Forest Tribe all moved into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. The Ice-Praying Forest Tribe was easier to deal with. The ice race did not need houses to live in. Ice spirits and ice demons were in the form of lines, and the frozen walkers that were like snow zombies prefer to sleep in the snow. That was their favorite bed. As for the White Birch Forest Tribe, because they had been developing in the valley for too long, they had too many functional buildings and areas, so it took some effort. However, Chief Brew was decisive. They had to move. Compared to the survival of the White Birch Forest Tribe, nothing else mattered. The most troublesome thing was to move the White Birch Forest Cemetery. Since the savages were already civilized, they had great respect for their dead tribesmen. When it came to moving graves, especially when it came to digging up graves, the savage tribe was a little conflicted. Apart from that, the tall and strong savages completed the task well and did not stop for the entire night. Although Jiang Shou had already learned the Tree Hat Demons Plant Series star technique and had begun to build houses for them, there were still many savages who were temporarily homeless. However, there were still many barbarians who were temporarily homeless. But it didn't matter. After all, they were barbarians in the first place. They still had the ability to sleep in the wilderness. Jiang Shao had specially built tree houses for the White Birch Forest, but that was before the Calamity Shadow World was upgraded. The location of the Tree City, according to the map of China, was in the Dezhang province. Jiang Shao wanted to preserve the territory of the Star Beast from the very beginning, so he directly let the savages settle in the White Birch Forest Valley area. As for the Dezhang province, it was said to be the place closest to heaven. Perhaps it should be preserved as a pure land for Jiang Shao to live in. What if he really ascended to immortality after living here for so long? Chapter 1083. When the sky started to brighten, Jiang Shao led everyone to Yigu Pagoda. He didn't have to disturb the birch forest at night, but Earth and the alien ball could overlap at any time. Time was life. Fortunately, unlike the savage tribe, the ghost monk tribe did not have a fixed time to rest during the day and rest at night. They were full of energy and wanted to fight at all times. They also liked to shop at night like ghosts wandering in the ancient city at night. Jiang Shao, who arrived in the early hours of the morning, made the entire Yigu Pagoda come alive. The ones who were the most dissatisfied were the Soul Warriors and the Dancer clan. This couple was a race that got up during the day and slept at night. However, it didn't matter. Under the signal of Lihauga, a few dancers started playing flutes. Soon, the creatures in Yigu Pagoda calmed down, including the dancers themselves. After Jiang Shao gave some instructions to the Eagle brothers, Yu Chen and Lord Zheng Songfu, Yigu Pagoda immediately entered the state of relocation. Both the Eagle brothers and Zhang Songfu were shocked by the fusion of Earth and the alien ball, but they were also full of yearning. Mr. Da Chui, who was woken up by the sound of moving, felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, Brigade Commander Jiang, he gave me work again. I slept well at home, but he suddenly asked me to move and rebuild the city. Sigh, I'm getting old. I can't even rest in the alien ball, and I can't enjoy life. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, felt that he was old. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, but he was thinking about how to retire every day. In Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World, there was also Yigu Pagoda, but it was in Dezhang province. Most importantly, the previous version of the Calamity Shadow World did not have the strange pillar of light in the Central Plains. Now, there was a pillar of light in the Central Plains. This was the key factor that allowed the Ghost Monk clan to gather there and stay there with peace of mind. While Yigu Pagoda was being relocated, Jiang Shao began to get busy with his own things and continue to absorb star beads. During the trip to the peninsula, the Star Advent Squad not only completed the experiment, but they also seized countless King Kong tigers, King Kong deer, Earth hibiscus, and Lily of the Bell star beads. The Earth hibiscus in the alien ball was a platinum quality creature in the first place. Hence, its star beads were of platinum quality too. 100 platinum star beads could increase the quality of the star by one small level. 1,000 platinum star beads would be enough to upgrade the star quality to the candlelight quality. During the course of the expedition of the Star Advent team, the number of star beads they obtained was far more than 1,000. Ghost monk, soul warrior, dancer, and other creatures were moving while watching Jiang Shao absorb the star beads. They all looked at him enviously, especially Jiang Zhao's personal disciples, the grimace monks. They were more arrogant and had a better relationship with Jiang Shao. Hence, from time to time, there would always be a few monks who would brazenly approach him and say, "Master, give me a star bead too." In the end, Jiang Shao was so annoyed that he called out all 10 golden couples and had them form a circle around him to act as his bodyguards. No one was allowed to approach him. Jiang Shao finally felt much more at peace. Star quality LV 1, 2, 8, 9. Ding. Earthlight level up. Candle moon grade. Star concealment leveled up. Candle moon grade. Secondary level up. Candle moon grade. Jiang Shao was overjoyed because he had absorbed 1,000 star beads. It was really nourishing. The golden couple bodyguard around him, as well as the star beasts that were moving, were all dilly-dallying and walking slowly. They all liked the rich star power environment where Jiang Shao was. The gate of Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world was huge and was as long as 100 meters. However, all the star beasts that were moving were willing to walk past Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao carefully looked at the introduction of the star map, and the words made his eyes light up. Candle moon earthlight. When a star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light. Condenses star power, vibrates, and changes the original appearance of the star map. Activating it will continuously consume star power. However, with the rising star map, the number of star slots and the star beads that have already been embedded cannot be changed. 3/6. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly. He had already used 3 star maps, namely the Flower Blade, the Withering Bough, and the Sea-Devouring Soul Star map. After the upgrade, there were actually 3 more rising star maps that could be created. This time, Jiang Shao wasn't going to focus on the star map that was suitable for melee combat. Without a doubt, after seeing the Star Conversion Organization, Liana, Jiang Shao knew that there were many mysterious star maps with strange functions in this world. He definitely couldn't just focus on the few warriors around him while creating the star maps. Oldie's Orange Bell Shield and I Chingchen's Peace Buckle were very practical auxiliary star maps. Liana's Sea-Devouring Soul Star map was even more of strategic value. Well, there's no hurry. I have to think about it carefully before deciding on the production plan for the Rising Star map. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at the following text. Candle Moon Star Concealment. Freely mobilizes the star power in the body through sealing, concealment, adjustment, transfer, etc. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no difference in the text, and he could only think about it from the effect. In the future, if he were to conceal his star power, the effect would be better. If he were to inject it into the training space, would the output and speed of star power output be greater? Candle Moon Deputy Image, second form. Activating it will continuously consume star power. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Damn! The introduction of Star Deputy Image was originally the second form. After reaching the Candle Moon quality, the text suddenly became the second form. What does that mean? The Deputy Image star technique was very interesting. The lowest level was silver quality. The introduction for silver quality was second phase, while for gold quality, it was second appearance. Ever since it reached platinum quality, the text introductions for diamond quality and star quality had not changed at all. They were all second appearance. However, in the process of upgrading, Jiang Zhao's height could fluctuate by 10 centimeters. Camouflage could no longer be considered a camouflage because Jiang Shao could completely become another person. All the details on his body, including his voice, were exactly the same as the person he was imitating. The effect of his star technique changed from resembling to yes. As for the Candle Moon quality, it changed from the second form to the second form. Does this mean Jiang Shao closed his eyes and carefully experienced it for a long time? All of a sudden, his body was enveloped by layers of star power, and his image transformed. Jiang Shao, who was 182 centimeters tall, turned into a 82 meters tall monk wearing a bamboo hat and a straw cape. All of a sudden, the 10 bodyguards of Golden Couple were dumbfounded. They were originally facing outwards to guard Jiang Xiao, but at this moment, they turned around one after another, only to see that the person they had surrounded was no longer their master, but a monk. The ghost-faced monk slowly reached out his ghostly hand. His sharp and long fingernails pushed up the bamboo hat, revealing his ghostly face and his golden eyes. Hee hee, Jiang Xiao grinned and chuckled. The surrounding disciples of Golden Couple felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell is this? Jin Tang was obviously hot-tempered. He walked over with his giant sword and hollered, "What did you do to my master?" Seeing that something was amiss, Jin Chong and Jin Song hurriedly reached out to grab Jin Tang. Meanwhile, Jin Sanyang looked at Jin Tang curiously and asked, "Master?" Jiang Jinliang nodded. Her body transformed again, and she returned to her human form. She said, "All of you, turn around. Guard me. Don't turn your head, no matter what I turn into." The disciples of Golden Couple looked at each other, but unfortunately, everyone had a dark, ghostly face, so they couldn't see their expressions. The disciples of Golden Couple turned around dumbfoundedly, their hearts full of astonishment. "Master, has he been assimilated by Tian Tian of the Ghost Monk clan after mixing with him?" Jinji had a lot of careful thoughts. He looked curious and looked behind him from time to time, but he was shocked. Jiang Xiao, who was standing in the same place, suddenly turned into Jiang Wunyang. She was also wearing a bamboo hat and a straw cape, but her hair was white and her face was white. Especially, why did she always stare at her own long, white jade legs? The next moment, the 82 meters tall white-faced dancer turned into a 82 meters tall black jade rue beast. It raised its big head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the sky, looking pitiful and begging for food. If the grimace monk and the white-faced dancer were still in humanoid form, then the auspicious beast was completely out of its human form. Jiang Ruisho was ecstatic. In the past, when the secondary star technique was of low quality, he could transform into Jiang Xiaowu. There was nothing wrong with his image, but there was a problem with his height. Now, the problem of his height was solved. He could turn into a creature that floated up and down by 1 meter. What made the star technique undergo a qualitative change was that Jiang Xiao could actually transform into creatures of different races. That was not just a problem of height, but also a problem of body shape. It was confirmed. I'm a monkey. It turns out that I can learn the 72 transformations. It's perfect. From now on, I can transform into the form of a star beast and lead the way among the star beasts to summon other star beasts into the Calamity Shadow world. If it's a creature of a lower grade, such as a group of gold-quality white ghouls, then, as Jiang Xiaowu of the Starfall stage, platinum quality, can I order those gold-quality white ghouls to enter my Calamity Shadow world? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was simply a divine technique to recruit and drive star beasts away. It could even be used to trick people. The Celestial Flower Organization clearly had the King Kong Tiger, King Kong Deer, and other star beasts. Jiang Xiao could transform into the King Kong Tiger and blend in with the star beasts. When the members of the Celestial Flower Organization passed by, they would be killed if they weren't careful. As Jiang Xiao continued to experiment, the 82-centimeter-long book's soul landed steadily on the ground. This is going to be a little difficult. Although he had transformed into the form of illusory lines, Jiang Shuhan could not float and could only stand on the ground. Besides, Jiang Shuhan's illusory palm couldn't penetrate the ground at all when he reached his hand into the ground. It was just an illusory line, but in essence, his physical body still existed. However, under the effect of the star technique, it had become exactly the same as the book's soul. The monkey transformation was not thorough enough. The great sage could even transform into a fly and enter other people's houses through the cracks in the door. Jiang Zhao's body shape couldn't compare to the great sage's, and he couldn't even change his physical body. Apart from being a creature, can I turn into an item? While thinking about it, Jiang Shuhan transformed again, but it turned back into Jiang Zhao's original form. He wanted to turn into a stone, but he couldn't. Jiang Zhao had a look of disdain on his face. What a lousy star technique. What a piece of trash. Chapter 1084. In the Calamity Shadow world, inside Jiang shows Calamity Shadow, training space. Xiao Tao. Martha's sword stopped moving, and she took 2 steps back. Ah. Chen Lingtao gasped for breath. He looked at the beautiful, charming, and terrifying lady in front of him. He couldn't help but take half a step back. Master was showing mercy? Was she going to let him rest? Martha's expression was slightly awkward. She said, "Master, I have something to tell you." "Yes, go ahead, Master," Chen Lingtao said respectfully. Seeing Chen Lingtao's respectful expression, Martha thought to herself, "I don't know if you can still maintain this attitude after I tell you this news." Martha asked, "Do you know about the alien sphere?" "Alien sphere?" Chen Lingtao froze for a moment, then nodded. "I know this concept. The lower space can enter the upper space through the holy ground, and then through the holy ground, you can enter the alien sphere. I also heard that the position of the alien sphere and Earth, from a certain point of view, are very likely to coincide. Our Earth can merge with the alien sphere at any time." "Yes, very good." Martha nodded. As a core disciple of the Yi family, it was not surprising that she knew about this news. This way, it would save her some trouble. "What's wrong, Master?" Chen Lingtao asked. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Martha said, "We are now in the alien sphere." Chen Lingtao. Martha said apologetically, "Last night, the alien orb fused with the Earth. My body was trapped on the alien orb during the short period of the fusion." Chen Lingtao looked at Martha dumbfoundedly and stammered, This, I'll go out." Martha shook her head and said, "No, with your strength, you'll die if you go out. The creatures on the alien sphere are generally 1 or 2 levels higher than those on Earth. You are now only in the late nebulous stage. You haven't even touched the threshold of the galaxy stage. Your physical fitness is not up to standard." Martha pondered for a while and said, "How about this? I'll prepare some star beads for you, and you'll train hard here. When you reach the galaxy stage, your strength will increase tremendously with the star beads I've prepared for you. By then, I'll take you out." Chen Lingtao had a pained look on his face. He wished that he had been born 3 years earlier. If that had happened, he would have been at least at the galaxy stage like Yi Qingxin. At this moment, Chen Lingtao still did not know that his sister Qingxin had already gone to the Star Sea. Martha thought for a moment and comforted him. "The fusion of the alien spheres and Earth is inevitable. Maybe it won't be long before we return to Earth. You don't have to worry." The master and the disciple began to chat in detail. At the same time, in front of the stone villa at the edge of the lake, the woman who was tied up and thrown on the ground with her hands behind her back and star power handcuffs suddenly turned to look at the open space door beside her. Then, when she saw who it was, her body began to tremble violently. In fact, when she saw the space door opening, she had already realized what was about to happen. That terrifying demon was here again. Ever since she was thrown here, the demon had been right in front of her. Under her gaze, he had summoned another bait. Jiang Tu, whom she had killed previously, had returned. Jiang Tu wouldn't make Shui Kelly feel so terrified, but his real body would. Jiang Xiao had completely destroyed Shui Kelly's mental state time and time again, leaving her with a strong psychological trauma. Just last night, Jiang Zhao's real body took some time to visit Shui Kelly. Overnight, she experienced a total of 3 tears of sorrow. In the words of Jiang Zhao's real body, it was to wash away all her sins. Jiang Xiao said, "You seem to be recovering well. Do you still have other thoughts? You really have a strong will despite being disabled. How touching." As he spoke, Jiang Xiao stretched out a hand, and under the tear domain, countless water droplets were pieced together. The water, which was a mixture of tear domain and tears of sorrow, once again wrapped around Shui Kelly's body. "No, don't." Shui Kelly shook her head continuously and looked at Jiang Xiao with a pleading expression. "I've told you everything. I've told you everything. Don't do this to me again. I'll sob. Chui Kelly completely broke down and suddenly choked with sobs. Then, she burst into tears. Jiang Shao looked at the leader of the Celestial Flower Organization in front of him and said, I just don't have time to deal with you now. In the face of danger, I'll let you live for a few more days. After I solve the crisis in our country, I'll visit everyone in your organization one by one. As he spoke, Jiang Shao patted Chui Kelly's head and retreated from the space door, leaving Jiang Tu, who had been silent, to sit beside the crying Chui Kelly and look at the calm lake. The lake was recreated by him and the humming whale after the upgraded version of the Calamity Shadow world in order to restore their home to its original state. That day, when they were creating the lake, there was a beautiful figure in front of the glass window in the room in the southwest corner of the second floor of the villa. She was quietly watching the man and the whale rebuild the lake, just like how she used to stand quietly in front of the window and watch the man and the whale play under the moonlight. At the thought of this, Jiang Tu turned his head and looked behind the window on the second floor of the villa, but he could no longer see her figure. As the cries of the woman beside him gradually subsided and turned back into sobs, Jiang Tu also turned around and asked, Can you speak now? Yes, yes. Chui Kelly did not dare to slack off at all. She stuttered and responded in fear and trepidation. Jiang Tu said, Tell me, how did the Celestial Flower Organization get involved with the Japanese? Tell me in Korean. I'll learn a foreign language while I'm at it. It wasn't that he really wanted to learn that language, but Jiang Shao had already made up his mind to treat Chui Kelly as a new Mecca. One day in the future, he would control the Chui Kelly assassin armor and head to the Celestial Flower Organization. If he did not pass the language test, he would soon be exposed. Since you want to play, let's play it big. When the time was right, Jiang Shao planned to use the Swallowing Sea Star map as bait to control Chui Kelly's body to land on the Japanese. Even if anything happened, Jiang Shao, who could flash around the world, could immediately lead the team to support. After walking out of the door of the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Shao returned to the empty ancient Yi Pagoda city. He flashed in the conference room next to the gate of the ancient Yi Pagoda city. Here, the gold and silver disciples were standing while the members of the Celestial Arrival team were seated at the table. Jiang Shao said, You guys should be clear about the situation. Tell me, what are your thoughts? Jiang Shao said, but his gaze drifted to Zhang Songfu. Zhang Songfu understood. He seemed to have thought about it for a long time and already had an idea. He directly replied, Jiang LV wants to drive the Star Beast into your world as soon as possible to reduce the number of dimensional spaces on Earth and also to prepare for the fusion of Earth and the alien sphere. We all agree with this plan. As he spoke, Zhang Songfu glanced at Falcon Li Haoge and Peregrine Falcon Yu Chen, and they nodded in agreement. Zhang Songfu continued, I think that with the existence of the Diamond Silver Companion, it won't be difficult to subdue the Ghost Monk clan in the Central Plains. We only need to send a team of Ghost Monk soldiers to support the Diamond Silver Companion, and then carry out a carpet search. If you see any ancient pagoda forces, call them into your Calamity Shadow world. On the way, if you encounter the Star Cave clan and the Night City clan, you can also kill and tame them. We have lived in the Central Plains for a long time and know the specific characteristics of the Star Beasts here. This task isn't difficult. Okay, Jiang Shao nodded and turned to look at the Falcon brothers. He said, Haoge, Yu Chen, I'll hand these golden couple and silver couple disciples to the two of you. Cooperate with the diamond and silver couple and walk around the Central Plains. In addition, Baze will also be assigned to you. You know, he's also another me. If there's any situation, we can communicate face to face. Li Haoge's phoenix eyes shone brightly, and he nodded heavily. After so many years, it seemed that he had finally found a true goal. In the past few years, he was just trying to survive. After meeting Jiang Shao, he adjusted his mentality and began to seek the ancient pagoda to become stronger. However, Li Haoge and Yu Chen were real soldiers of the Guardians of the Night. When they discovered that what they did in the alien sphere could protect the land of China, the sense of self-recognition and honor that they hadn't felt for a long time all returned. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, I also have a special star technique that can increase the rank of the star beasts. You have also seen the appeal of the Diamond Silver Companion. For the sake of your efficiency and safety, I am going to increase the rank of all the Golden Companion and Silver Companion disciples present to the Diamond rank. All of a sudden, the three generals of the ancient pagoda were stunned and looked at Jiang Shao in disbelief. Zhang Songfu was about to say something but was interrupted by Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao continued, "In addition, Yu Qin, your auspicious beast has been with you for a long time. I will also increase the rank of your mount to increase its appeal in the clan. The auspicious beasts are not like other star beasts. They are timid and obedient, so it should be easier to subdue." Li Haoge suddenly said, "In Yi City, there is also the Double Knight Mandarin Duck clan. They have similar personalities as the auspicious beasts. Although the Twin Knight Mandarin Duck is difficult to tame, it has a close relationship with the auspicious beasts. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If a high-rank auspicious beast summons them, most Twin Knight Mandarin Ducks will listen." Stunned, Jiang Shao asked, "Are you sure?" Li Haoge replied, "Yes, Jiang LV. I've lived here for so many years, and I know the characteristics of the astral beasts in the Central Plains very well. Other than the star cavern beings being a bit troublesome, everything else is easy." At the side, the blind lady suddenly said, "I can contribute my mount. It's also very obedient. City Lord Li can bring it along to carry out missions." Li Haoge's expression was somewhat interesting. He wanted to accept it, but he was too embarrassed to do so. Blind lady continued, "It's all for the sake of the mission, so don't worry too much. When our celestial advent party returns, I hope that you guys have also made a detour and come back here. I hope that at that time, all the ghost monks and auspicious beasts of the Central Plains will be gathered in the ancient Yi Pagoda." Zhang Songfu asked, "Jiang LV, you seem to have forgotten me?" Jiang Shao said, "You have another mission." Zhang Songfu, "Huh? Tell me." Jiang Shao said, "Time is running out. Since I have such a star technique, it's best to carry out multiple missions and complete the mission as quickly as possible. We will find suitable spirit warriors, dancing girls, and little book spirits from the 100 elite soldiers who are going on this expedition. We will raise the level of individual creatures. You and little Chongyang will lead us to Ludong province and gather all the local creatures." Jiang Shao, I want to go with you," He Chongyang frantically said with a panicked expression. It would be best for little Chongyang to lead the soul warriors, female dancers, and little book soul, because she had already established her prestige in the army. Looking at the anxious look on the girl's face, Jiang Shao also knew that he shouldn't use the standards of a soldier to demand this child. After thinking about it, he remained silent. However, the other Jiang Shao at the table spoke up. Jiang Sun gestured to little Chongyang and said, "I'll accompany you guys." During the expedition to the peninsula, Jiang Sun had also set up a WeChat account in the army. He and little Chongyang would be considered an additional layer of insurance. Oh, little Chongyang was first relieved before feeling a little disappointed. She rubbed her cheeks and muttered, "There's only one." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "That's too much. Why? Do you still want to have one on each side? Are you so beautiful that your nose is bubbling?" While complaining in his heart, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that there was an image in his mind. Climax. Chapter 1085. In the room, the Diamond Silver Companion finally couldn't help but ask with a hint of anticipation in her hoarse voice, "Master, can I also increase my level?" Jiang Shao glanced at the Diamond Silver Companion, feeling a little conflicted. On the one hand, the Golden Companion and Silver Companion disciples had been with him for a long time and were extremely loyal. Besides, they had all been promoted to the Diamond quality, so their appeal was enough. On the other hand, the Diamond Silver Companion had only been with Jiang Shao for a short period of time. Besides, if he were to increase it to the star quality, things would get out of hand if it had any other ideas. The facts had proven that the Diamond Silver Companion was extremely patient and could restrain the combat genes in its blood. It had brought a group of ghost monks to the ancient pagoda city. Its wisdom and thoughts had already been tested. The Diamond Silver Companion had the ability to do anything. However, the other ghost monks could increase their quality, but the Diamond Silver Companion couldn't. What did that mean? It would obviously disappoint the Diamond Silver Companion. Even if the Diamond Silver Companion had no intention of rebelling, she was still forcing it to go down the wrong path. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a smile, "Why? Don't you treat yourself as a monk of the ancient pagoda?" He. The Diamond Silver couple grinned and chuckled. He did not say anything else. Jiang Zhao said, "Okay, there's no time to lose. Now, all of you go outside the city and wait. Let me give you a good drink." The ghost monks were extremely excited and quickly ran out, but Jiang Zhao stopped the Diamond Silver Companion. The Diamond Silver Companion seemed to have realized something and did not ask. Instead, she stayed behind silently. Jiang Zhao sighed and thought to himself, "She's too sensible. She even knows how to read people's expressions. I really can't treat her as an ordinary star beast." After the gold and silver ghost monks filed out, the blind lady and the others also headed outside the city gate. She was going to be Li Haoga's auspicious beast. Jiang Zhao and the Diamond Silver Companion were the only ones left in the room. Jiang Zhao said, "You have a rather special mission. Master, go ahead." The Diamond Silver Companion suppressed the excitement of being promoted and said in a hoarse voice. Jiang Zhao said, "I will assign you to carry out more dangerous missions with me and third last." The Diamond Silver Companion was obviously stunned and looked at Jiang Zhao curiously. Jiang Zhao explained, "I can increase your levels, but I can't increase the level of your star techniques. On the other hand, third last, and I might have to go to some dangerous places. Hence, I need the help of your diamond quality holy seal." The Diamond Silver Companion, on the other hand, was even more excited. No matter how much it tried to endure, it was still a member of the Ghost Monk clan. Upon hearing the word dangerous, the Diamond Silver Companion was overjoyed. If it was the one leading its clansmen, perhaps it wouldn't be so excited, and it might even seek benefits and avoid harm, taking a detour around the dangerous areas. However, the repeated battles made the Diamond Silver Companions understand the strength of Jiang Zhao and the others. Being able to form a team with such a god-ranked human was already a form of insurance. The Diamond Silver Companion even believed that regardless of whether the mission was dangerous or not, his chances of survival would be greatly increased if he could stay by the side of such a human. Besides, under the circumstances of having a high chance of survival, he could also fight with foreigners. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Jiang Zhao said, "By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. Previously, we were in a hurry and you followed me to Ludong and then to the peninsula. You've also become my disciple. Today, I'll give you a name." The Diamond Silver Companion nodded excitedly. It was clearly more thoughtful than the other ghost monks. Becoming a disciple was one aspect of maintaining a relationship, and having a name meant that Jiang Zhao had accepted it into the circle of core disciples of the Ghost Monk clan. Out of the thousands of ghost monks in the ancient Yi Tower, how many of them had names? There were less than 20. Although Jiang Zhao said so, he was actually in a dilemma. Under normal circumstances, the Silver Companion clan would be named after the generals of the Three Kingdoms War. In that case, it would be easier for Jiang Zhao to remember. Besides, the name would also fit the character of the ghost monks, which would make it easier for Jiang Zhao to give orders and assign people. People like the Diamond Silver Companion, who were resourceful, tolerant, adaptable, and flexible, seemed to be difficult to fit with the generals. Jiang Zhao had never read the official history, so everything was based on the romance of the Three Kingdoms. People with this style were either strategists or lords. However, the Silver Companion was a powerful general. He might have to choose from the late divine generals. Deng Ai, Jiang Wei. Of course, Zhong Hui and the others wouldn't work. Those names wouldn't even pass Jiang Zhao's examination. Jiang Zhao patted the Silver Companion's arm and said, "From now on, you will be called Yin Wei." The Diamond Silver Companion cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Master." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao threw a countercurrent light at Yin Wei. Inwei's body also trembled violently. Jiang Shao had the howling dragon and the humming whale in his body, so he could infuse anything. Outside the ancient Yi Tower, the gold and silver ghost monk's disciples all exploded. It was different from Inwei's advancement from diamond to star. The ghost monk disciples who advanced from platinum to diamond had experienced the transformation from star sea to starry sky. In this stage, the advancement of their ranks signified a second leap in their physique. For a moment, the ghost monks, who were originally 6 meters and 8 meters tall, all grew taller. The increase in height was secondary. The key was their body size. The visual difference between a jog and a truck was obvious. Each of the ghost monk disciples had grown several times bigger. Their physical fitness had increased in all aspects. Inwei's emotions were rather complicated as he looked at the shorties, who had suddenly grown to be similar in size to him. As a star beast, there was no such thing as a star map. Except for the 2 grades of silver to gold and platinum to diamond, the other grades would only make their star power stronger and their physical fitness slightly improved. At that time, Inwei asked Jiang Shao if he could continue to infuse more. Jiang Shao kicked Inwei's butt. Due to the huge difference in height between them, Jiang Shao raised his leg to the extent of a split. You still want to upgrade to the Candle Moon grade? My AO long hasn't even reached the Candle Moon grade. What are you thinking? Inwei was also obedient after being kicked by Jiang Shao. He chuckled and didn't ask anymore. After completing the transformation of the ghost monk clan, Jiang Shao took little Chongyang to the Calamity Shadow world and chose 2 dancers, the 2 dancers who followed the army to the battle. Then, he chose 2 soul warriors and the little trader, the paper ink book, who had tipped off the ghost monk and raised them to the diamond grade. Jiang Shao was a little confused. The dancers and the soul warriors were normal. They were about the same size as the diamond ghost monk, about 3.5 meters tall. But the little book soul, why did it become smaller and smaller? It was originally 60 centimeters, like a naughty child. After being promoted to the diamond grade, it shrank to 50 centimeters. Not only that, the paper ink book soul's mouth also grew. Such a change startled everyone. However, although the little book soul now had a mouth, it hadn't mastered the skill of speaking. To be exact, it had never had a mouth in its life. Now that it suddenly opened its mouth, it didn't know how to use it. It was still tightly closed. The overjoyed little Chongyang kept teaching the little book's soul how to speak. But the little guy just blinked its big, cute eyes and looked at little Chongyang curiously, thinking that she was playing with it. The little book's soul also flew around little Chongyang's body happily. Come, learn from me. Ah, little Chongyang opened its little mouth and used the evil dragon roar at the little book's soul. Little book's souls with Fei Fei and right Fei Fei looked at little Chongyang. Its little face made of illusory lines revealed a happy smile, and it flew one round around little Chongyang. After it had a mouth, it could indeed smile. Ah, you're so stupid. Little Chongyang was so angry that she stomped her feet and puffed up her cheeks, looking at the little book's soul unhappily. The little book's soul pouted and floated in the air. It also stomped its feet like little Chongyang. After integrating the 2 dancers, 40 yin-yang spirit warriors, and a little book soul, Jiang Sun, Zhang Songfu, and little Chongyang were sent to Ludong Land by Jiang Shao. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Shao used the 9-star eyes to leave a space mark on Li Haoge and little Chongyang's body to determine their specific location. Although Jiang Sun was accompanying little Chongyang, so Jiang Shao could monitor the child's location in real time. But Jiang Shao was really scared of her. Anyway, his 9-star eyes could lock on the location of 3 targets. With this layer of insurance, Jiang Shao felt at ease. After doing all this, Jiang Shao brought the blind lady and Inwei and the 3 of them shuttled back to Beijiang Land. The story on Earth would start from Beijiang. Then the story on the alternate sphere would start from Beijiang. On the alternate sphere, most of the high-level creatures had at least some intelligence, but the white ghouls and white ghoul witches in Beijiang were as cruel as ever. Once Earth merged with the alternate sphere, the gold and platinum white ghouls and white ghoul witches would definitely cause a disaster. More importantly, There was also the volcano dimensional space and the arsenal dimensional space. The lava ghouls, lava ghoul generals, lava ghoul warriors, and lava ghoul witches in the volcano, as well as the ape ghouls and ape ghoul kings in the arsenal, were all cruel and tyrannical creatures. In particular, the lava ghoul warriors, ape ghouls, and ape ghoul kings all had the star technique brutality, which would greatly increase their physical fitness. At the same time, they would completely lose their rationality. Not to mention humans, even creatures of the same race would not be able to communicate normally. There was no way to stop them at all. Jiang Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly. At the same time, he also increased the quality of his star techniques. Green glow, endurance, blessing, decoy, bell, imprint, nostalgia, and dawn. Those star techniques that occupied half of Jiang Zhao's life were all produced in this land. After decoy's level was increased, if he could summon a few more decoy, the efficiency of the next mission would be further improved. While Jiang Xiao was improving his strength, he would also be able to better complete the subsequent missions. After comprehensive consideration, Jiang Xiao felt that Beijiang province was indeed an ideal starting point for a novice village. Damn! Chapter 1086. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, in the Xingling district in the north of Beijiang province, at night, Jiang Xiao, the blind lady, and Yinwei appeared quietly in a dense forest. Stepping on the pure white snow, Yinwei vigilantly looked left and right. In that deep forest, there seemed to be a faint shadow of a ghost. Jiang Xiao said, "We're now in the Xingling district in the northernmost part of Beijiang. Let's start here." The blind lady nodded and said, "Sure." It was Yinwei's first time in Beijiang. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Really? Cold. Yinwei carried the huge, heavenly halberd and tightened his thick raincoat. If only there was a wine gourd hanging on the tip of the heavenly halberd, he would be able to perform in the holy temple of Fengshui Mountain. There was indeed a leopard head among Jiang Zhao's ghost monk disciples. Unfortunately, the leopard head was the disciple of Jin Chong. "I have an immature idea," Jiang Xiao said. The blind lady tilted her head slightly and seemed to have sensed some movement in the dense forest. She said, "Go ahead." Immediately after, Jiang Zhao's body turned illusory and rich star power spread out from his body. In just 3 seconds, a 282-meter-tall white ghoul, which was dry and pale skin, suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Yinwei got a great shock. Although he was fortunate enough to see Jiang Zhao's transformation when he was moving, he still found it difficult to adapt to it within a short period of time. In particular, after seeing such an ugly and brutal creature, Yinwei had the urge to attack it with his halberd. "How dare you? There's actually something uglier than me in this world." "Jia Jia," Jiang Xiao unconsciously hissed as he spat out white mist from his mouth. His shriveled skin made him look even more ferocious. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, and his violent aura made the blind lady have the urge to attack too. They're too alike. No, they're really alike. The blind lady did not look at Jiang Xiao with her eyes, but with her perception. Hence, she was more qualified to say that. In her perception, the creature in front of her had nothing to do with humans at all. It was a real white ghoul witch. "Hiss! Ah!" Jiang Xiaowu turned his head and looked into the depths of the forest. The moment he opened his mouth, he let out a furious roar. A horrifying aura burst forth from Jiang Xiaowu's body. The blind lady, who was standing beside Jiang Xiaowu, subconsciously raised her hand and wanted to slap Jiang Xiaowu to death. The body's natural reaction was a warrior's instinct, but the blind lady's rationality prevented her from doing so. Moreover, the awkward thing was that even if blind lady extended her arm, she could not reach Jiang Xiaowu's face. The blind lady was not short. Her excellent genes, coupled with the leap in physical fitness brought about by the 2 breakthroughs in the galaxy stage and the starry sky stage, caused her height to be fixed at 184 centimeters. She never thought that there would be a situation where she was not tall enough. At this moment, the blind lady was facing Jiang Xiaowu's waist. Jiang Xiaowu's roar was indeed effective. The ghostly figures shuttling back and forth in the dense forest suddenly stopped. Not only did they stop, but a few seconds later, a huge white ghoul actually walked out step by step. The white ghoul roared angrily with saliva dripping from its bloody mouth. Its scarlet eyes stared at Jiang Xiaowu with a burning gaze as it finally walked to Jiang Xiaowu's side. The blind lady and Yin Wei did not dare to act rashly. With their strength, they were not afraid of this gold-quality white ghoul. However, everything that happened in front of them was beyond their imagination. Jiang Xiao was also a little confused. The white ghoul in front of her could not speak, or rather, it could speak and convey its thoughts. However, Jiang Xiaowu did not understand the language of the white ghouls. The white ghoul just circled around Jiang Xiaowu restlessly. It swayed back and forth, neither attacking nor leaving. It was awkward. The blind lady's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "It's following you." Jiang Xiaowu was dumbfounded. The blind lady said, "Let's go. Let's go deeper into the dense forest. Remember, shout as you walk." Jiang Xiaowu was speechless. Without further ado, the group of four walked into the depths of the dense forest. The situation was indeed as the blind lady had expected. With Jiang Xiaowu's roars, white ghouls continuously rushed over and joined the team. However, a problem also arose. The white ghouls were very brutal creatures. They were always thinking about killing, eating, and cheering for love. Before they walked a few hundred meters in the dense forest, two white ghouls fell behind. Yes, they fell behind on their own accord. Jiang Xiaowu wanted to roar at the two white ghouls, but after seeing that they were about to cheer, Jiang Xiaowu stopped roaring. He quickly walked in front of the two white ghouls, opened the gate of the Calamity Shadow World, and kicked the two white ghouls into the gate of the Calamity Shadow World. He. Yin Wei chuckled as usual. Jiang Xiaowu thought about it and shouted loudly. The surrounding white ghouls were at a loss, as they did not know what their leader meant. In fact, the white ghouls were also very puzzled. This leader who suddenly appeared was a little strange. The leader's appearance, temperament, and all other factors were no different from a normal white ghoul witch. However, the problem was that they had never heard their leader's orders. This leader's IQ is a little off. What are you trying to say? Just say it. What do you mean by yelling? To human ears, it was a meaningless roar. However, to the white ghouls, it had a completely different meaning. As Jiang Xiao pointed at the space gate, the group of white ghouls understood what their leader meant despite their low IQ, so they walked in one after another. More than 30 white ghouls entered the Calamity Shadow World just like that. Behind the gate was the Xingling area of the Calamity Shadow World. However, there was a benefit to having a low IQ. More than 30 white ghouls did not doubt the sudden appearance of the space gate. As Jiang Xiaowu closed the space gate, he said excitedly, "This is great. Without bloodshed, the blade can drive the white ghouls into the Calamity Shadow World." His hoarse voice was intermittent. To outsiders who did not know the situation, they would think that Jiang Xiaowu was about to die. The blind lady nodded and said, "Very good, then we'll adjust our plan. Since you can command the creatures, then we'll advance as quickly as possible. As for those that you can't command, we'll deal with them." Okay. Jiang Xiaowu immediately nodded in agreement and said, "In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong and quickly find the target, I'm going to start summoning the domain tier rain. It might be cold." Blind lady nodded and said, "Okay. As for Silverway, well, no one asked for its advice." "Star Boss, don't be so proud," Jiang Xiaowu said intermittently. "I'll use domain tier rain to fly and put a cloak on you, so you can fly and also resist the cold." Blind lady pursed her lips and nodded gently, accepting Jiang Xiaowu's kindness. Jiang Xiaowu waved his hand, and the black cloak was draped over him. Just as the sea-devouring robe was about to touch Jiang Xiaowu's chin with its collar, it felt that something was wrong. Swish! The sea-devouring robe flew away, and Jiang Xiaowu immediately glared at the black cloak. The pitch-black cloak floated in front of Jiang Xiaowu, and a cloud of mist emerged from the hood. Although it had no facial features, Jiang Xiaowu could feel that the sea-devouring robe was in a daze at this moment. "Where's my master? How did he turn into a zombie?" Jiang Xiaowu was furious and roared at the sea-devouring soul. "Ah, it's me. My dear, You're just lusting after my beauty. I've changed my appearance, so you pretend that you don't know me. Unexpectedly, the sea-devouring soul was also a face dog. Seeing that Jiang Xiao was baring its fangs and roaring at it, it suddenly turned around, searched for a while, and flew in the direction of the blind lady. In this special environment, the only people it had met were the blind lady and Yin Wei. However, from the perspective of species, the blind lady was obviously a human. Besides, little Missy was prettier. The sea-devouring soul draped itself over blind lady's long white robe. It really changed clothes in a second. All of a sudden, blind lady's attire turned into a black cloak that wrapped her body tightly. Without Jiang Zhao's request, the sea-devouring robe automatically returned to its original position, which infuriated Jiang Xiao greatly. After blind lady explained, the sea-devouring robe seemed to have failed to accept the new appearance of its master. After the small episode, the trio began searching in the Xingling area. With the candle moon quality star technique, Jiang Zhao star techniques would not be affected at all. As Jiang Xiao's voice echoed in the dense forest, the white ghouls who heard the news immediately rushed over and quickly joined the team. The more Jiang Xiao flew, the happier he became. The more he ran, the more excited he became. He didn't care about the icy rain hitting his face. However, his wonderful time was interrupted by another sound. Jiang Xiao could sense that there was another team on the hill in front of her. That was also the reason why Jiang Xiao was there. At this moment, there were more than 500 white ghouls chasing behind Jiang Xiao, but they were stopped by the white ghoul, which at the top of the hill. Jiang Xiao had long been prepared for this. He used the domain tier to track them down. Jiang Xiao looked over, and after floating for a few meters, he saw the figure of a white ghoul which on the top of the hill, surrounded by a group of white ghouls. The two groups of ghosts seemed to be having a fight on the street. None of them took the initiative to attack, and instead, they started a war of words. Jiang Xiao's support team was the first to start scolding. They roared at the white ghouls opposite them, but Jiang Xiao could not understand what his underlings were saying. Anyway, it sounded filthy. The reason? It was naturally because the white ghouls opposite them were infuriated. It was as if they were rioting. In terms of the standards of human society, it would probably be equivalent to a man being scolded by the other party, right? Both armies had white ghoul witches, so the underlings behind them were all very confident and unyielding. Finally, the white ghoul witch opposite them spoke up. Hiss! Roar! With a roar, the entire place fell silent. No white ghouls dared to act rashly. Although the white ghouls behind Jiang Xiao did not dare to speak, they walked around restlessly as if they were waiting for their leader's order to fight the other party. A considerable number of white ghouls looked at Jiang Xiao with their big scarlet eyes, as if waiting for their leader to fight back. Jiang Xiao naturally would not admit defeat. He roared. Roar, he did roar, but Jiang Xiao was cunning. He roared while brandishing his claws and waving his shriveled arms. At the same time, he threw a shot of star silence. In an instant, the expression of the white ghoul, which opposite him, changed drastically. It was still in the process of roaring when it suddenly became silent. Woo, 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 woo. The white ghouls behind Jiang Xiao jumped up and down excitedly. They cheered loudly and even beat their chests with their fists. They were no different from the 8 ghouls in the arsenal. Did you see that? That's our boss. Not only can he fly, but he can also yell, and your boss won't dare to make a sound. The white ghouls opposite him were anxious and also swayed around restlessly. They looked at their leader and dared not scold him, but they were probably already cursing in their hearts. It's one thing to be able to defeat him, but you can't lose in terms of aura. Doesn't he just know how to fly? What are you afraid of? The white ghoul, which is feeling bitter. I want to curse too, but my abilities don't allow me to. The white ghoul, which moved slowly and struggled to move backward, while Jiang Xiao threw a shot of countercurrent light. All of a sudden, all the white ghouls were stunned. What star technique is this? Why have I never seen it before? Not only can you fly, but you can also throw a black ray of light? The white ghoul, which was in the confinement domain of star silence, and its body immediately stiffened when it was hit by countercurrent light. Its mouth was wide open, but it couldn't make any sound at all. Its body was also trembling violently, and it seemed like it was about to advance. The white ghouls were restless and pacing back and forth. Under the watchful gaze of the white ghouls, Jiang Xiaowu slowly floated up. She took the lead. Due to the fact that Jiang Xiaowu's skin was pale and his body was shriveled, he couldn't be a spirited guy. However, his image and aura were definitely that of a gang leader. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiaowu pulled out a giant sword that was surrounded by blood mist from his chest. This time, the white ghouls were even more dumbfounded. What the hell is this? We're all a race that uses our claws to tear and bite. You're cheating. Why do you still carry a sword with you? You don't say. It's really pretty. Among the densely packed white ghouls, there were bound to be one or two with abnormal brains. One of the white ghouls imitated Jiang Xiaowu and grabbed his chest with one claw, then suddenly pulled it out. The white ghoul that was gritting its teeth did not pull out the bloody sword that it had imagined. Instead, it grabbed a handful of white chest hair. For 1,000 words, let's go crazy asking for votes to support Jiang Xiaowu. Chapter 1087. The giant sword in Jiang Xiaowu's hand was different from the previous ones. When Jiang Xiaowu was in human form, the blade and hilt of the giant sword were about 2 meters long. But now, Jiang Xiaowu's pale claws were holding onto a long hilt. The huge blade was probably close to 4 meters long. Just as the white ghoul witch's trembling body calmed down, Jiang Xiaowu stabbed the white ghoul witch's chest. Before the white ghouls could react, the giant sword in Jiang Xiaowu's hand tore apart, and the white ghoul witch died on the spot. Jiang Xiaowu stood on the white ghoul witch's body and yelled at the white ghoul army in front of him. Roar! All of a sudden, hundreds of white ghouls howled. Jiang Xiaowu was quick to react and cut off the arm of a white ghoul. Little brother, what's going on? How dare you snatch my corpse in front of me? I just killed your leader, and you dare to snatch my corpse? Where's my dignity? However, Jiang Xiaowu discovered that the slash could not stop them from snatching the food at all. When the white ghouls were faced with flesh and blood, their low intelligence was immediately reduced, and their bodies were driven by their bestial instincts. Jiang Xiaowu hurriedly snatched the white ghoul witch's star bead and then did something outrageous. Jiang Xiaowu opened the space door and threw the broken body of the white ghoul witch into it. All of a sudden, a group of white ghouls swarmed forward and rushed into Jiang Xiaowu's calamity world. Jiang Xiaowu hurriedly flew up high and stood in midair, watching as a group of white ghouls scrambled into the calamity shadow world. Blind Lady was speechless. Inwei was speechless. At the same time, on Earth, Central Street, Jiangbin City, Beijiang Province. In the dark night, an old man stood silently on the empty street on the dilapidated stone road. It had been 22 years, and everything had changed, including the appearance of Central Street. The old man looked around with his turbid eyes. He went to some places in the city, only to find that things were no longer the same, but the people were no longer the same. Although the potholed Central Street had changed a lot, one could still find traces of its original appearance. Sigh. He sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. He had dedicated his entire life to the wasteland reclaimers and had no children. At his current age, his parents had already passed away. His former comrades no longer lived in their original residences. Even the barracks had disappeared. After 22 years of obsession, he finally returned to Earth. However, he discovered that this was no longer the Earth that he remembered. In his impression of his hometown, he even felt a little out of place. Hey, you, stop. A voice came from behind. He frowned slightly and turned around to see a group of 4 soldiers. He said, "Did you see me move?" The soldier in bright yellow clothes was obviously stunned. It was still fine looking from behind, but once they saw the old man's front, coupled with the old man's words, for a moment, an overwhelming aura surged over, scaring the victor's army. Where did this great god come from? What kind of aura is this? One of the victor's army reached out and tugged at his companion, who had stopped the old man before reminding him. There was a global earthquake last night. As soon as he said that, the other 3 teammates widened their eyes in shock. Just yesterday, on the first day of the new year, the entire world was caught in an inexplicable earthquake. However, some areas did not feel the earthquake, while some areas were heavily affected. In terms of the territory of China alone, there were a total of 3 areas that had abnormalities. Liaodong Province, around Liaolian City. Zhongyuan Province, around Shuqing City. Qinghua Province, around Lushui City. The abnormalities that happened in these 3 provinces and cities were like a heavy hammer that hit the land of China hard. Many people went missing, and many buildings disappeared. Many terrifying, high-ranked star beasts suddenly appeared. There were also many inexplicable primitive terrains that replaced the terrains of modern society. However, these abnormalities had nothing to do with Beijiang Province, so the victor's army did not think about it previously. However, at this moment, in the middle of the night, an old man was standing there and sighing. Wasn't he suspicious? The team leader stepped forward and said politely, "Old sir, although it's not the extent of martial law in the city yet, we still hope that everyone can go out less. If you have nowhere to go, you can go to the safe house built by the country. It's very dangerous for you to be here. It's currently the period when the dimensional spaces are opening frequently. Once a space door descends, the consequences will be dire." He nodded and said, "Well, kid, you become much nicer with your words." The victor's army member continued, "Old sir, you seem to have an extraordinary aura. You should be a member of the Star Warriors, right? According to the regulations, we need to check your identity. As you know, it's a special period now. Please cooperate." Although Yin was completely out of touch with society, he was not an unreasonable person. Why was an old man standing there in the middle of the night? Was he looking for a ghost? Anyone would be suspicious, not to mention Yun's aura. He was obviously a Star Warrior. Yin nodded again. Since the other party's attitude was good, Yun's attitude would be even better. They were all soldiers of China, and they were responsible for patrolling the area in the middle of the night. Deep down, Yin still had a good impression of them. Yin said, "I'm a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Where's the nearest garrison? Please let me know." All of a sudden, the victor's army members were stunned. Is this old man a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers? In terms of age, there was no doubt that he was a veteran. The treatment of the country's veterans was undeniable, not to mention the veterans of the Wasteland Reclaimers. However, there was a problem. This veteran, why doesn't he know the garrison of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Precisely because the country attached great importance to veterans. They paid close attention to the lives of every soldier. Why can't he even contact the organization? Looking at the soldiers looking at each other but not daring to speak, Yin smiled and said, "Just tell me the location." The victor's army member suddenly said, "Last night, there were abnormalities all over the world. Some people went missing, some powerful star beasts suddenly descended, and some terrain suddenly changed. May I ask, did you also experience the tremors?" At this point, Yin frowned slightly. He didn't want to report the situation to the outside military, not because he was arrogant, but because he still had something in his bones. Be it glory or stubbornness, everything was still deeply embedded in his blood. There was no reason for the Wasteland Reclaimers to report to the other military forces. Even if one was a first-line guardian of the night, light chasing, he wasn't qualified. He nodded and said, "Tell me the location, or bring me there." Seeing that Yin had nodded, the victor's army members had goosebumps. For decades, they had always heard of soldiers who had mistakenly entered the upper dimension. Today, they finally saw one in real life. Due to the functional nature of the military, most of the soldiers who had mistakenly entered the upper dimension were soldiers from the Wasteland Reclaimers and Guardian of the Night. Judging from this old man's age, he's probably a senior Wasteland Reclaimer. The victor's army member picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "I'll make contact now." "Okay." Yin responded and turned his head again to look at the surrounding streets. What kind of messy shop names are these young people in the modern world? It's simply indecent. Also, what kind of aesthetic standards do these people have? Who's the white-bearded old man on the door? He doesn't look good, and yet he dares to hang it in front of the door? Who would be willing to go in when they look at his old face? He inactivated his star technique, Night Eye, and blinked, feeling indignant. This lousy shop is rather red and pretty, but why did it have a foreign name? Oh, it turns out that the old man is also a foreigner. Due to the fact that it was a special period, all the military forces were on standby. The victor's army reported to their superiors, who then communicated with them. In less than 3 minutes, 2 teams of people rushed to the scene. One of them was the Wasteland Reclaimers, while the other was the victor's army. It seemed that both teams were of high levels. One of the Wasteland Reclaimers did not even look for the soldiers at the scene to understand the situation. Instead, he stepped forward and asked, "Squad leader, are you a soldier of our Wasteland Reclaimers?" He looked at the middle-aged soldier in front of him and said, "Wasteland Reclaimers, Sky Splitter, team number 042, soldier number 001, Heian." The middle-aged soldier was not young and was at least in his 40s. He seemed to be a leader and definitely had strong psychological qualities. However, when he heard the team numbers in the Military History Archive and Memorial Hall, his expression changed. Damn it! Wasteland Reclaimers, Sky Splitter. Just like its name. Sky Splitter. Earth Splitter. Team number 042, Sky Splitter, and team number 037 belonged to the first batch of teams that developed the 3 northern provinces and the 5 eastern alliances. At that time, Sky Splitter and Earth Splitter were still small teams. But now, these 2 numbers were already at the regimental level. Seeing the man's reaction, Heian was slightly stunned too. He smiled and reached out to pat the man on the shoulder. However, he saw Heian's emotional expression and sighed deeply. "Thank you for still remembering me." The middle-aged man dared not accept his thanks. Instead, he took a step back and yelled, "Everyone, stand at attention." Under the order, the 3 Wasteland Reclaimers at the back immediately stood at attention. The 2 teams of the victor's army at the back could not help but stand at attention too. Salute! Under the moonlight, the soldiers on the empty street stood in military postures with solemn expressions. Their movements were standard and neat. Heian froze on the spot, a smile blossoming on his face. His wrinkled, old face bloomed like a flower. He chided jokingly, "What kind of soldiers are you? Don't you even need to verify your identities? Do you have to salute everyone you see?" Although he said that, Heian's dark eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of mist after activating the night vision star technique. "It's been 22 years. I'm finally home. Future generations haven't forgotten me." Apex. Chapter 1088. Heian's return alarmed many people. That night, the old master did not rest. The first person he saw was Yin Zheng, the commander-in-chief of the Beijiang Wasteland Reclaimers. As a qualified Wasteland Reclaimer, Heian reported everything that happened on the alien planet to his superiors. Inevitably, Jiang Xiao and Yu Qiuzi also entered the field of vision of the Wasteland Reclaimers. After a thorough investigation, Heian finally found out that Yu Qiuzi, who accompanied him everywhere, was actually a deserter. Heian couldn't help but sigh. The 2 of them had been together for a long time. Of course, he knew what Blind Lady wanted, but in that case, why did she still want to be a guardian of the night? From the bottom of his heart, Heian hoped that Yu Qiuzi would have her own difficulties. However, the name Jiang Xiao made it difficult for the Wasteland Reclaimers because there was no such person in the Guardians of the Night. While Heian was chatting with Yin Zheng, he received some feedback. Heian was a little dumbfounded. "What's going on?" He looked at the soldier in front of him in shock and said, "That kid told me that he's the deputy brigade commander of the Tail Feather Brigade and a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. There's no such person?" The soldier understood and said, "The deputy brigade commander of the Tail Feather Brigade is Jiang Xiaopi." In fact, the soldier already had an idea when he came to report. There was only one light-chasing team in the entire China and only one deputy brigade commander, Jiang Xiaopi. Similarly, Jiang Xiaopi had indeed been recruited by the capital's Wasteland Reclaimers and became a volunteer soldier. Since the character's surname was Jiang, and his age and appearance matched, it was undoubtedly Jiang Xiaopi. However, as the informant, the soldier naturally required the information to be absolutely accurate. If the leader asked, he would tell him his analysis. If not, he would report the information in the most standard form. The soldier turned around and left the conference room under the instruction of the commanding officer. Jung, the commander-in-chief of the Wasteland Reclaimers, smiled and said, "That kid probably used an alias. Among the young talents of the new generation in China, he's the only one who can accompany old He to the alien planet." Ian nodded. It seemed that Xiao Jiang was indeed outstanding on Earth. Jung continued, "This kid's star conversion is the only way to improve the quality of his star technique. However, according to old Mr. He, a few years ago, he went to the upper dimension to protect the soldiers and search for the soldiers who were lost. However, we did not receive any news from him. The Guardians of the Night have been hiding it from us." Jung was in his mid-40s, the prime of his life. To be able to sit in such a high position at this age, he was definitely a character. On the other hand, he treated Ian with extreme respect and did not put on any airs of a leader. Ian laughed and said, "Then you have to have a good talk with the Northwestern Garrison Guard. Little Jiang is very capable, but I really didn't expect that this kid wasn't bragging. He's really a leader, haha." Of course, Jung could see the admiration and fondness on Ian's face. He reckoned that Jiang Xiao should have brought a glimmer of hope to the veteran during the tough days in the alien planet and a long period of warm companionship. Jung immediately said, "Yeah, he's one of the best of the younger generation. In fact, you can remove the words younger generation. When he was still on Earth, he should have been a top star warrior." Upon hearing the words still on Earth, Hyun's face turned gloomy and he wondered when Earth and the alien planet would fuse. On the one hand, Hyun did not want Earth to fuse with the alien planet because it would bring a huge disaster to the world. However, on the other hand, Hyun had experienced 22 years of wandering and breaking away from human society. He struggled to survive in that primitive society. He did not want everything that he had experienced to happen to Jiang Xiao again. However, the world would not change according to anyone's will. If Earth and the alien planet did not fuse, Jiang Xiao might be trapped in the alien planet for the rest of his life. Jung understood Hyun's expression and continued, "This kid has won 2 World Cup individual competitions and 1 World Cup team competition. He has played a huge part in defending the team and individual championships." Hyun was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, "Huh? He won glory for the country? He's never told me about this before." Seeing that Hyun's mood had improved, Jung continued, "Your little comrade is not simple. As a feudal official, he was sent to the Dajiang province to guard the borders. His meritorious service was outstanding, and he managed to raise the highest level team to a brigade level team. Besides, Wei Feather managed to break through the dragon cave 3 times. Ian slapped his forehead and said, "I saw that black dragon. At that time, we were doing experiments on the alien peninsula and were attacked by the enemy. When the planet was shaking, Xiao Jiang rushed over and summoned a dragon and a whale. By the way, the level of the dragon cave should not be low, right? That dragon doesn't seem to be an ordinary star beast." Jung nodded and updated Hyun with a smile. "The creatures in the dragon cave start from the diamond level and are capped at the star level. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the most dangerous place in China." Before Jiang Zhao's Wei Feather team rose to prominence, the heroic souls of countless warriors were buried there. After Wei Feather took over the mission of exploring the Dragon Cave, there were very few warriors who sacrificed themselves. The star beads obtained from it were also unprecedentedly abundant. Although Jiang Xiao spent a lot on the Dragon Cave, the star beads that they obtained from it were truly unprecedented. That was not a lie. Hearing this, Hyun smiled as if he was listening to an outsider praising his grandson. Clearly, that was also Zheng's purpose. He was not trying to suck up to him, but rather, he was telling the truth. He also hoped that he could make the veteran who had suffered a lot happier. While they were talking, someone knocked on the door of the conference room. "Come in." Zheng stood up. Judging from his actions, he should be welcoming someone special. Hyun turned around, only to see 2 identical old men. "Tian-san, Tian-si," Hyun exclaimed in shock, followed by a look of ecstasy. "Haha, old fellow, you're not dead yet?" An old man laughed heartily as he stepped forward and hugged Hiyun's body. His aged palm struck Hiyun's back heavily. Without a doubt, Hiyun, who was numbered 001, had the code name of Tion in the team. It was not a name that ordinary people could use. If one's morals did not match his position, he would easily get into trouble. Tion-san and Tion-si were twin brothers who belonged to the Heaven Opening team. Tion-san was the elder brother, named Tao Sikhen, and he was a shield warrior. Tion-si was the younger brother, named Tao Sijuan, and he was a dojon. The two old men looked almost identical. They had a head full of white hair and were hale and hearty. They both had square faces and parted hair. If the brothers did not open their star maps, they would not be able to tell who was who. What was more interesting was that although people always said that every Star Warrior's star map was unique, there were still exceptions. For twins, sometimes their star maps were the same. A typical example would be Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu, Jiang Zhao's teammates in Year 1. The star maps of the two brothers were in the shape of fists that were as big as sandbags. Another example would be the sisters in Yu Yu and in Looming. Their star maps were in the shape of deer. However, Tao Sikhen and Tao Sijuan's star maps were different. Tao Sichen's star map was in the shape of a throne, while Tao Sijuan's star map was, well, it was also a throne. However, there was a difference between the brothers' thrones. Tao Sichen's throne was gold, while Tao Sijuan's was silver. The difference in color also distinguished the brothers' Star Warrior vocations. The three old men reminisced about the past excitedly and could be considered to be in tears. At the side, Yinzheng did not disturb them and simply watched the scene with mixed emotions. Until he heard a topic of conversation. Hiyun asked, "Where's Tion Air?" Tao Sikhen sighed softly and patted Hiyun on the shoulder. "She passed away 2 years ago." Tao Sijuan looked at Hiyun's stiff face and said, "She's indeed a few years younger than us, but she's been in a bad mood for so many years." "What do you mean?" "She's only in her 60s, and she's a powerful Star Warrior in the Starfall stage. How can she pass away just like that? Did she die of depression?" Tao Sikhen said, "It has something to do with her mood, and it might really be because she's getting old. When she was receiving treatment, I went to visit her. She was in great health, but she needed a medical star technique to keep her alive. Normal running and jumping are no problem for her. It's just that she doesn't have a good appetite. She knows that she's nearing the end of her lifespan and has been replenishing her vitality with a medical star technique every day. She's tired of it and doesn't want to go against nature. You're a medical Star Warrior, so you should know better than us that the human body is just a container. As you get older, the container will become smaller and smaller." He sighed deeply. He was well aware of that. He also knew that he was no longer a year old. The Star Warrior vocation was not an immortal cultivator, nor was it a vocation that pursued immortality. At this moment, Hiyun's bait was still in the upper dimension of the snowfield. To be honest, the current Hiyun was no longer comparable to the bait he had summoned back then in terms of physical fitness. Hiyun was also well aware that one day, when his time was really up, his healthy body would deteriorate at a certain point. Everything that he had done when he was young would come back to haunt him when he was old. Star Warriors were different from ordinary humans. Normal humans would gradually age, and over a long period of time, they would go through a process of acceptance. Star Warriors, on the other hand, would suddenly age at a certain point. His physical condition was also deteriorating day by day, getting worse year by year. If one was in the starry stage and had experienced a second leap in physical fitness, the situation would be better. The body container that was expanded again would be equivalent to prolonging one's life, just like a yin at this moment. However, on Earth, the highest one could reach was the Starfall stage, which meant perhaps at the age of 55, one would still be full of energy and could run faster and jump higher than a 20-year-old. However, at the age of 56, one would have to start experiencing the cycle of reincarnation. It was not that one would suddenly be slower than a 20-year-old, but rather, compared to other Star Warriors who had been rising, one would no longer be rising and had instead entered a period of decline. Ian also knew that one day, he would die and his bait would accompany him to sleep and shatter into bits of star power. It didn't matter. After all, Star Warriors had a glorious life when they were young. As a special group in society, they would receive some special treatment in all walks of life. After thinking it through, he felt relieved. It was not that Ian had enjoyed much special treatment. He had been drifting in the upper dimension and the foreign spheres for 22 years. How could he have any benefits? However, as the heaven-splitting team, he had fought for the future generations. That was truly glorious. Speaking of glory, Ian looked at the two old men in front of him and said, "Can you two still move around?" "Don't worry, old man. We're still strong." Tao Sijun chuckled. Ian nodded and said, "I know the way to the foreign spheres. How about it? Come with me before you die." The two brothers were obviously stunned. At the side, Injung was also dumbfounded. Yun was really a pioneer. He lived up to his name of heaven-splitting. He had just returned after 22 years, and he was already going to fight again. Was he really not tired? Did he really not want to enjoy life in human society? Tao Sikhin and Tao Sijuan looked at each other, and they could actually see the eagerness in each other's eyes. As a shield warrior, Tao Sikhin said, "Our team lacks an attacker." As he spoke, he glanced at his younger brother with a teasing expression. To his surprise, his younger brother, whom he had been arguing with all his life, did not continue the conversation. Instead, he sighed and said, "Yet Tian Air has left." Tao Sikhin opened his mouth and said, "Pai Di and those old fellows are still alive and kicking." Yun's eyes lit up. Although they were old, their name was still there. If they could choose, the only team that was qualified to fight alongside them was the Earth-splitting team that had the same name as Heaven-splitting. Tao Sijuan snorted and said, "Those old guys are really something, especially Earth 2. His kid is a high-ranking official." At the side, Injung looked awkward. Of course, he knew who Earth 2's kid was. Although his rank and position were lower than his, it was not that much lower. Moreover, they were all of the same age. Looking at the old men in front of him, Injung hurriedly said, "Seniors, please calm down. Elder He, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Everyone can see the shock between the foreign spheres and Earth. The Wasteland Reclaimers also need to make some moves. When the time comes, we will need Elder He's guidance." Okay. He nodded and turned to look at the Tao brothers. "Which of you has Xiao Xiao?" Only someone with a unique identity like Yin would dare to mention wine in front of Injung here. "Let's go. Don't cause trouble for our little leader. Let's go home and talk." Tao Sijuan dragged Yin out. Injung, however, smiled. Seeing that the old soldiers of Genesis Splitter had reunited and left in high spirits, he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he sent 2 soldiers to escort the old men away. In fact, the 3 Wasteland Reclaimers did not need escorting at all. The Tao brothers were at the peak of Star Sea. Besides, the Tao family of Wasteland Reclaimers was not an ordinary family. The 2 old men also lived in a military compound, and their safety was definitely guaranteed. Moreover, there was also Hiyun. In the previous exchange, Elder He had stated that he was a Star Warrior of the Starry Sky stage. No one on Earth had confirmed that anyone had truly broken through to the Starry Sky stage. Even the mysterious leader of the Star Organization that stirred up trouble was suspected to be a Star Warrior. There had never been any concrete evidence. Hiyun, a big healer of the Starry Sky stage. This was probably the first officially certified case in the world. Apex. Chapter 1089. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Second Last received an order from the Guardians of the Night in the northwest to arrange various tasks for the Guardians of the Night in Longganjinsheng. On the night of the 25th, Second Last had already received the news when there was a strange phenomenon on Earth. However, it was relatively peaceful in Dajiang, and there were no phenomena such as terrain changes, the appearance of star beasts, and the disappearance of the population. However, they had to take extreme measures during critical times. The members of the Tail Feather Brigade quickly got to work, and each team set foot on their respective posts. They were also on standby 24 hours a day. On the 26th, Second Last received a special piece of news from the Fin City base. Jiang Xiao had gone missing. After Di Lian's team arrived, Jiang Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Based on Jiang Zhao's movements, the soldiers of the snowfield defense city entered and searched the holy ground for a long time. They almost turned the entire place upside down, but they still couldn't find Jiang Xiao. From then on, Second Last realized that something was amiss. After waiting patiently for a day, she still didn't get a response from Jiang Xiao. In fact, she didn't even receive any news about him. Although Second Last was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Jiang Xiao had the ability to flash around the world. Maybe he had accidentally entered the alien planet while rescuing the civilians or the military. Humans had mistakenly entered the alien planet, while the creatures of the alien planet had mistakenly entered Earth. It happened frequently on the night of the 25th, and they were all concentrated in Liaodong, Guizhou, and the Central Plains. So, where could Jiang Xiao have gone? Rumor has it that there was an earthquake in the south of the peninsula. Second Last wasn't the only one. Han Jiangxue and the others were also feeling anxious. This damn guy, did he really lose himself? Today, Second Last suddenly received news that she was going to Jincheng, which gave her a great shock. For normal missions, she could just make a phone call or send a video conference. Yet, she was asked to return to the headquarters during such a critical period. What's so important that we have to talk about it face to face? While secretly guessing, Second Last quickly returned to Jincheng and the familiar courtyard of the Guardians of the Night. But here, not only did she see her old leader, but there were also a few unfamiliar officers. Judging from the military ranks hanging on their shoulders, these people's ranks were not low. There was even a round-faced old man among them who was dressed in casual clothes. He had a round head and a round face, with deep wrinkles and a lot of wrinkles on his face. He looked to be close to 70 years old. Familiar, yet strange. Where have I seen him before? At Second Last was speechless. Her expression froze as she finally remembered where she had seen him before. She had seen this old man on the list of missing members of the Jiangbin Guardians of the Night. At that time, Jiang Xiao wanted to go to the upper dimension to look for the warriors who had gone missing and give them some protection. At that time, Second Last and Jiang Xiao investigated the information together. This old man was Wasteland, Hiyun. To Second Last's surprise, the first thing the old man said when he saw her was to greet her, as if they were close. "You're Luan Lass." Second Last didn't think that she had a good temper. Her stiff face and powerful aura made her think that she wasn't the type that would make others call her a lass at first sight. However, as the old man spoke, there was a hint of admiration on his face. Second Last immediately understood. She reckoned that Jiang Xiao must have mentioned her a lot when he teamed up with Yun in the alien sphere. Upon sight of Yun, Second Last asked, "Have you seen Jiang Xiao?" Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao. Yun had a bitter smile on his face as he chewed on the name. He sighed softly. "Our Star Advent team was doing experiments on the alien sphere when we were attacked by the Kimchi death row prisoners. During the fusion period between Earth and the alien sphere, Jiang Xiao flashed to the peninsula to support us." Upon hearing this, Second Last nodded silently. That was indeed something that he could do. As long as it was possible, he would not hesitate to risk his life for it. In the end, he still stepped onto the alien sphere. Second Last sighed silently and wondered if they would meet again in the future. At the same time, in Beijiang, after a night of sprinting, the results were gratifying. Yin Wei was even thrown into the world of the shadow of calamity by Jiang Xiao to help him train Chen Lingtao. When Chen Lingtao saw a 3.5-meter-tall ghost monk suddenly appearing in the shadow of calamity, he was really taken aback. He had heard from his master that they were in the alien sphere at this moment, but damn it, are all ghost monks in the alien sphere so violent? When Chen Lingtao was being ravaged by Martha previously, he could at least accept it. After all, she was a human, and Chen Lingtao also knew that she wouldn't kill him. However, this monk is way too terrifying. What if it accidentally kills me? What am I going to do then? Chen Lingtao turned around with a bitter expression and looked at Martha, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He called out weakly, "Ma, Master." Martha had already entered a semi-dormant state. Upon hearing her disciple's call, she didn't open her eyes and instead said, "It's okay. You have a body of steel and you're more resistant to beatings." No. Martha seemed to have come back to her senses. She sat up, turned to look at Enwei, and said, "Enwei is now the grimmest monk of the star rank. In terms of human star warriors, he would be at the 6th rank, which is one rank higher than the Starry Sky stage. Even if he's at the Diamond stage, the physique of this star beast, even if you have a body of steel, it'll be useless. Its sharp claws can really tear you apart." Chun Lingtao was dumbfounded. Enwei. As she spoke, Marta stepped on the sky piercer on the ground beside the bed. She slipped, hooked the sky piercer with the tip of her foot, and kicked at Enwei. She instructed, "Strength, speed, agility, in short, retract all of your attributes and just compete with him." Enwei received the heavenly halberd with one hand. His silver eyes stared blankly at Marta and said, "Master, you have a lot of bodies. This is better looking than a man." Martha knew that Enwei was referring to Baze. She couldn't help but scold him with a smile. "Do I need you to tell me whether it's good looking or not? Creatures like you rely on splitting. What's the point of caring about gender? 020 quick. Teach your junior brother all the heavenly halberd that I've been teaching you. I'm tired and I want to sleep. Girls need to sleep more. It's said to be good for their skin." Marta mumbled and lay down on the bed again. Enwei, on the other hand, had a pained expression on his face. He stopped smiling and pointed at Chun Lingtao with his long, ghostly hand. "Him? Senior brother?" Martha waved her hand impatiently and said, "He became my disciple earlier than you." "Senior brother, he, senior brother." Enwei was so angry that he laughed. His face was cold, and his huge body slightly trembled. He held the sky halberd in his hand and strode towards Chun Lingtao. Chun Lingtao hurriedly retreated. "Don't. Brother Ghost. Brother Monk. I was wrong. I'm your junior brother. I'll be your little junior brother." Just as the two heavenly halberds were about to touch each other, Martha, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, suddenly said, "Be gentler." These simple words seemed to have triggered Enwei's switch. No matter how indignant he was, his body was very honest. Enwei was very obedient to his master, and the strength in his hand was reduced by half. Enwei was thrown into the Calamity Shadow world because Jiang Shao and Blind Lady's plan had changed. Jiang Shao really didn't expect that the Candle Moon Grade Secondary phase would bring so much convenience to his plan of driving and collecting star beasts. Other than encountering some obstacles when encountering the White Ghoul Witches, Jiang Shao, who had transformed into Jiang Xiaowu, did not even need to fight with any of the white ghouls to drive them all into the Calamity world. What were they waiting for? What was the point of being so careful? Fly! Jiang Shao and Blind Lady began to fly wildly. With the help of the tear field, they scanned the population of creatures and didn't leave a single one alive. They didn't leave a single race alive. In just one night, the two of them flew all over the Xingling district that belonged to Beijiang. It sounded like a huge achievement, but in fact, the Xingling district within Beijiang province was not particularly large. Due to the fact that the mission was too smooth and the rhythm was too good, Jiang Shao had yet to make a single white ghoul drink. On the contrary, when he was plundering the Xingling district, he made nearly 30 white ghoul witches drink and captured 23 white ghoul witches. This was an alien ball, and the creatures were not projections. Jiang Shao also knew the principle of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Hence, he had to raise the white ghouls and white ghoul witches for sustainable development in order to ensure the continuous improvement of the quality of his star techniques. Most of the white ghoul witches were of the gold quality. During the night of plundering, Jiang Shao had yet to see a single platinum quality white ghoul witch. It seemed that not only were there very few white ghoul witches, but there were also very few leaders of a higher level. Back then, Old Master, he was really lucky to be able to find a platinum quality white ghoul witch in the upper snowfield. Jiang Shao also had a plan to breed white ghoul witches, but he didn't have the time to implement it yet. There was no hurry. He decided to wait until Beijiang province was cleaned up. Anyway, The species had already settled down in Jiang Zhao's world of calamity. With so many chickens, would he still have to worry about not having enough eggs? Jiang Zhao and the blind lady really managed to search an entire city in half a day. One could imagine how efficient they were. In one day, the two of them had looted almost everything in the North River. Why didn't they search everything? It was because the so-called Beijiang province did not simply refer to the urban area, but all the areas under it. When they reached the middle of the Beijiang province, the two of them headed all the way east and headed towards the Red Pine hometown, the Red Pine region. It was also there that they encountered the first arsenal. After fighting for the entire night, Jiang Xiao suggested resting for the night. The blind lady had no objections and agreed to his suggestion. In fact, Jiang Xiao could complete the mission alone, but the blind lady stubbornly insisted on working with Jiang Xiao. Since they were a team and were carrying out a mission together, there was no reason for her to rest while her teammates worked together. In Beijiang province, Jiang Xiao was able to be so domineering because he had found the trick to it. It was also thanks to the suppression of his race and rank. As a platinum stage, Jiang Xiao was in the Starfall stage. It probably wouldn't be so easy for him to summon other high-level creatures in the future. There would definitely be a tragic battle. For example, the Ape Ghoul King in the arsenal was a platinum stage creature. Hence, the blind lady was determined to accompany Jiang Xiao on the mission. Seeing that his teammates nodded in agreement, Jiang Xiao activated the world of calamity and returned to the White Birch Forest with the blind lady. That night, Jiang Xiao planned to raise the rank of a few savage generals. Since the arsenal in the Red Pine region was right in front of him, it was time to call for reinforcements. Jiang Xiao could also become a savage sorcerer himself, but for the sake of the future of the White Birch Forest, in order for them to unify the Beijiang arsenal and even the arsenals in the three northern provinces, the necessary experiments still had to be carried out. Most importantly, the savages were proficient in their own language. That was different from when Jiang Xiao transformed into Jiang Xiaowu and yelled at the white ghouls to drive them away. The barbarians could convince other barbarians by reasoning, moving them with emotions, suppressing them with ranks, and communicating with them through words. They could strengthen themselves without shedding any blood. Ah, that's beautiful. I'll give Chief Brew some tea first. The sorcerer and the sorcerer that little Chongyang called Uncle and Annie back then were not bad. If I gave them some tea and raised them to the diamond stage, they would be able to command the crowd. The sorcerer and little Chongyang had a good relationship. Back then, the sorcerer uncle pushed a fake third brother out to comfort the crying little Chongyang. Meanwhile, the sorcerer Annie hugged little Chongyang and comforted her gently as they walked back to the White Birch Forest. As for the savage female archer, I'll give tea to the leader, Xiaowu, and bring along those who look similar. The group of mop spirits did not look friendly to the audience, so there were only a few of them who were passable. As for the savage spearman, I'll give him a few personal disciples. All right, I can also give the stubborn blacksmith a cup of tea. No matter what, the stubborn blacksmith will give Jiang Xiao and little Chongyang a tender beef. No, a heavenly halberd. Chapter 1090. In the morning of the next day, on the training field of the White Birch Forest, a group of soldiers were all ready and excited. The savages of the White Birch Forest had been training all the time for the sake of protecting the tribe. However, as the White Birch Forest Valley became increasingly peaceful, and with the settlement of Jiang Xiao and the other star warriors, they had not experienced any battles for a long time. The White Birch Forest even had to walk out of the valley to look for ape ghouls and hunt them to make fur coats and jerky. Ever since the White Birch Forest moved into the Calamity Shadow world 2 days ago, there was no chance for them to fight at all. It seemed that there were no other creatures in the land of Beijiang in this world except for them. The savages were very grateful to Jiang Xiao, Jiang Shou, for building the White Birch Forest for them overnight. At this moment, most of the houses in the White Birch Forest tribe were made of tree bark wood, which was also made by Jiang Shou. However, that was not all the savages wanted. Although the savages were far less warlike than the Ghost Monk tribe, They were definitely not a tribe that could be idle. The period of safety, stability, and peaceful development was the best period for the chief of the Buru tribe, but it was torturous for the young savages. Finally, their skills could finally be put to good use. Jiang Shao stood on the high platform in front of the martial arts practice field and looked down at the 30-odd elite soldiers. He was also rather excited. The white birch forest could be considered a place where everyone was a soldier. Apart from the cubs, even the savages could fight. There were close to 700 people in the white birch forest battle array, and the 30-odd savages present were all carefully selected. The most conspicuous ones were the 4 savage sorcerers and sorceresses. The 4 sorcerers were carefully selected by Jiang Shao and Little Chongyang. According to Little Chongyang, they were uncle, aunt, second uncle, and second aunt. Little Chongyang was picked up by Jiang Shao last night to participate in the first mission in the white birch forest. Little Chongyang once again felt the thrill of reaching the whole world. Last night, after she was picked up, she accompanied Jiang Shao to choose the sorcerers and aunties that she could trust. She even specially went back to her house to stay for the night. On Lu Dong's side, under the leadership of Zhang Songfu and Jiang Sun, the mission went smoothly. At this time, the warriors were resting. After this mission, Jiang Shao would send her back to Lu Dong to continue leading the army. However, Jiang Shao felt that there was something wrong with the person that Little Chongyang had chosen. It wasn't that there was a problem with the savages themselves. It was just that there was something wrong with the way Little Chongyang addressed them. You could either call him Uncle or Annie or Uncle. How did you end up with your aunt? Could they be from the same family? After Jiang Shao made Little Chongyang's for relatives reach diamond quality, they were almost 5 meters tall. Among the savages who were 5 meters and 8 meters tall, they stood out like a sore thumb. It would be difficult for them not to be noticed. The leader of the female archers, Xiao Wucha, the male halberd blacksmith, Tenacious Sauce, and the others were also upgraded from gold to platinum. However, since there wasn't a second leap in physical fitness after breaking through from gold to platinum, the bodies of the few leaders didn't change much. They all reached the threshold of 3 meters and were more eye-catching than the normal gold barbarians. The first batch of savages that Jiang Shao selected and upgraded were in the limelight. Jiang Shao, who was standing on the platform, could clearly see the envious gazes of the other savages. Jiang Shao said, "You've seen it for yourself. I can upgrade your levels without any danger to your lives." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, the slightly noisy sparring arena quickly quietened down. Pairs of demonic purple eyes looked at Jiang Shao. A group of hideous guys was staring at him with such longing in their eyes. Even though Jiang Shao had experienced the test of the World Cup, he still couldn't stand it at this moment. Jiang Shao bit the bullet and said, "I'm going to upgrade your level for the next batch." As soon as he said that, the entire training field exploded. Previously, the savages felt indignant and felt that it was unfair. However, Jiang Shao was upgrading the leaders' levels after all. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only hold it in. But now, Master had made a promise. Instructor Jiang was a man of his word. In the few years he spent in the birch forest, he had fulfilled all the promises he had made. Therefore, in the minds of the savages, Jiang Shao had nothing to do with the concept of lying. As the chief instructor of the savages, Jiang Zhao's prestige had always been there, so there was no need to doubt his words. "Quiet." Jiang Shao frowned and scolded. The savages quickly quietened down and looked at Jiang Shao eagerly. Jiang Shao felt nauseous when he saw that all of them looked so ferocious. He was really letting the audience down. He thought to himself, "Why don't I put masks on them?" Logically speaking, if one didn't look at their faces and only looked at their strong bodies, they would definitely be extremely pleasing to the eye and could even make people drool. Jiang Shao continued, "If you want to upgrade your levels, you have to listen to my request." All of a sudden, all the savages pricked up their ears. Yes, they really pricked up their ears. Jiang Shao said word by word, "I don't ask for your battle achievements. I only ask that you listen to my orders." This request is very simple for you because you've been following the orders of the leaders from the beginning, but I need you to be more focused and obedient." Xiao Wucha's purple eyes stared at Jiang Shao as if she didn't hear anything at all. She only looked at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. Jiang Shao accidentally glanced at her before hurriedly averting his gaze. He never thought that the bewitching purple eyes of the savages would be so passionate. In fact, the halberd and saber leaders felt the same as Xiao Wucha. Jiang Shao had not only taught them combat techniques, but he had also raised their ranks. His image in the hearts of the barbarian leaders had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's words were absolute in the savages' hearts. Even if he suddenly said that he wanted to rebel, Chief Buru would probably step down on the spot. Jiang Shao continued, "We will focus on subduing them. Battle is secondary. Everyone, listen to me carefully. This expedition is not for you to kill. We will open our arms to our savages and accept them. If they don't agree, we will cripple them. Then, we will open our arms to accept them." The savages were speechless. Jiang Shao continued, "The ape ghouls are more troublesome. You are natural enemies, and when the two armies meet, a war will likely break out. However, this war will only start when I say so." Looking at the confused savages, Jiang Shao didn't want to disappoint them, for fear that they would think that Jiang Shao was sending them to their deaths. Jiang Shao said, "I can transform into any creature. I will try to order the ape ghouls to throw them into this world. In this way, you savages will have food reserves again and can continue to use the fur of the ape ghouls to make clothes, drink their blood, and eat their meat." Oh, 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 huh, huh, huh. All of a sudden, the savages shouted rhythmically. Jiang Shao even felt that the savages didn't understand what he meant at all and got excited after hearing that they could drink the ape ghouls' blood and eat their meat. It couldn't be helped. The two races in the arsenal would never reconcile, and whenever they met, they would kill each other. Madame Zhuyu had a hard time correcting the thoughts of the savages and getting them to rear the ape ghouls so that the ape ghouls in the Birch Forest Valley wouldn't go extinct. However, that was the peace obtained under the coercion of Patriarch Buru. Whenever the two armies met, there would definitely be a fight if there wasn't a sensible leader of the savages to restrain them. In order to prevent any accidents on the battlefield, Jiang Shao said, "When the time comes, I will become the ape ghoul king and drive them all in." In order to remind the savages, Jiang Zhao's body transformed into a tall and sturdy ape ghoul king. All of a sudden, the loud cheers in the arena fell silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless swords and halberds were erected, while Xiao Wucha drew his bow and shot an arrow at the ape ghoul king on the high platform. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, what he feared would happen. It was necessary to make preparations in advance. Jiang Shao immediately transformed back into his human form, pointed at Xiao Wu, and said, "Put down the bow." Xiao Wucha's face stiffened. He blinked his eyes and saw his master clearly on the high platform. Her movements were stiff too, and she awkwardly put down her bow and arrow. She then explained, "It's a natural reaction of the body." With that, Xiao Wucha turned his head and looked at the dozen or so female archers behind him before berating them angrily. "Damn it, put down your bows and arrows. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" The group of savage female archers put down their bows and arrows. However, they couldn't refute their leader. Hence, the mob spirits pursed their lips and smiled at Xiao Wucha. Jiang Shao continued, "However, if I encounter the ape ghoul king, I might not be able to command it, so a war is likely to break out. When that happens, you have to protect yourselves. Our human team will go forward to besiege the ape ghoul king to avoid any casualties." The group of savages looked at each other, while the more intelligent wizards and witches completely understood what he meant. Jiang Zhao's words were just tactful. Although the mission was called a battle, in fact, they wouldn't even need to do anything if everything went smoothly. To put it bluntly, the 30-odd male halberds, swordsmen, and female archers were just there to keep up appearances. The ones who were really useful were the 4 high-level wizards and witches on their side. At most, there were a few high-level halberds, swordsmen, and female archers. Jiang Shao had put in a lot of effort and decided to experiment with the savages to see the effect. He even specially brought little Chongyang back to protect the team. If the effect was good, Jiang Shao wouldn't summon the savages of the birch forest when he encountered the savages in the future. That would be a waste of time. Jiang Shao wouldn't have the time to go in and out of the Calamity Shadow world and help the birch forest subdue the new savages. Jiang Shao would directly become a wizard and summon the savages into the Calamity Shadow world. As for how the birch forest would subdue or conquer the new team of savages, with the experience of this vanguard, it would be up to the birch forest. During this expedition, Jiang Shao also had a mission, which was to learn a few words of the savages. For example, go in. If he was more forceful, he could say, get in. Of course, with Jiang Zhao's current rank, it was impossible for him to summon the savage wizards and savage witches. After all, he was on the same level as the platinum quality wizards and witches. Therefore, once he encountered the savages led by the wizards, he would really have to trouble little Chongyang's uncle and aunt. However, Jiang Shao could always let the uncle and aunt follow behind the Celestial Advent team. Jiang Shao flew in the air while they ran behind him. Anyway, they had long legs, so they should be able to keep up, right? I wonder if they can withstand the speed of searching a city overnight. Why don't I implement a shift system? One on one and one off. Other than the uncle and aunt, there was also the second uncle and the second aunt. There were still a few wizards and witches in the birch forest. I'll let little Chongyang bring her third uncle and aunt over. We'll follow the Chinese standard, one on one and two off. Everyone, listen up. While thinking, Jiang Shao shouted loudly. With a flash, he arrived below the stage, right in front of the training field, and casually opened the space gate. Jiang Shao said, Birch Forest. Let's go. Little Chongyang cheered. Oh, I'm going to make friends. Chapter 1091. In the Alien Ball, in the Red Pine area of Beijiang. In the cold rain, little Chongyang held the heavenly halberd in his hand while his windfire wings were hissing. He led a group of savages through the vast forest and snowfield. Due to the fact that he had to take into account the speed of the savages, little Chongyang did not ride very quickly. Although the savages had long legs, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Three tails. Huh? The blind lady, who was wearing the soul of the Sea Devourer, sensed that Jiang Shao was flying beside her. Amidst the sounds of his footsteps, she responded softly. Jiang Shao said, I'm going to give up the Jiangbin area. The blind lady asked calmly, What do you mean by giving it up? Jiang Shao organized his words and flew backward in the air. He looked at the blind lady and said, Earth needs the star beads, and star techniques too. If we drive all the star beasts into the Calamity Shadow world, the star beasts on Earth will be considered extinct. The blind lady thought about it and understood what Jiang Shao meant since she was extremely familiar with the Beijiang area. She said, The snowfield dimensional space is distributed in every area of Beijiang, but only a few cities have arsenals and volcanoes. That was indeed the case. There were more snowfields and volcanoes, but the arsenal dimensional space was, strictly speaking, the representative dimensional space of Zhongji. There were a few in Beijiang, but they were mostly concentrated in Red Pine, Qi City, Oil City, Nanxing under Jiangbin, and Guanlin under Mei City. Guanlin left a deep impression on Jiang Shao. After all, it was the venue of his provincial high school competition. It took a long time to get there by train, and it was also on that train trip that Jiang Shao warmed the feet of Husky for the first time. At that time, Xia Yin was still envious and jealous of Jiang Zhao's rapid improvement in the giant sword technique. But now she had long succumbed to reality. Yes, Jiang Shao nodded and said, It's good to talk to smart people. Since we plan to plunder Beijiang, we have to leave some resource points for Earth to obtain star beads. I think Jiangbin and the area under its jurisdiction are enough. Before the blind lady could speak, Jiang Shao continued. Besides, Oldie knows the way to the alien ball, and that dimensional space is in Jiannan village under Zhongbin. If China on Earth were to make any moves, they would definitely go to the snowfield space of Jianan Village. If we eliminate the creatures in Jiangbin, we can't be sure if the dimensional space below will still exist. As for them, I'm afraid they'll have to find another route. I previously provided a clear route to the alien sphere, but it's at the bottom of the Apennine Peninsula in Europe. Anything that involves other countries will be very troublesome. It's better to have our own way. Upon hearing this, the blind lady nodded and agreed with Jiang Zhao's plan. After getting their support, Jiang Zhao had nothing else to talk about. However, his heart moved slightly, and he said, "Actually, I can do the mission of searching Beijiang alone. You can enter my world and conserve your strength. When we get out of this place and head toward Great Ming or Yin Zhao, you can come and help me." The blind lady shook her head and refused. "No, the creatures in the volcano are of platinum quality. You may not be able to command them. Besides, the Tree Hat clan and the Ice clan in Liaodong are enough to give you trouble. I'll go with you." Jiang Zhao thought about it and tried to tempt the blind lady. "By the way, there's second-last room in my Calamity Shadow world. You can rest there. There are also some of her belongings in the room, including her meritorious deeds and photos. If you want to see Jiang Zhao stopped abruptly, for he seemed to have said the wrong thing to a blind lady. Okay. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the blind lady actually agreed. The blind lady said, "I'll go and take a look at her room when I rest next time, but I won't conserve my strength." She continued, "Besides, I don't recommend you to go south. When we go back to the west, we can go to the 5 Eastern Alliances. Otherwise, we'll have to go back sooner or later. It'll be a waste of time and effort." "No," Jiang Zhao rejected decisively. "We have to go to the 3 northern provinces first. There were below star level 1 to below star level 5 in Daming Province, and the creatures there were not to be trifled with." Jiang Zhao stubbornly wanted to go to Beijiang because he could improve the quality of his star techniques while completing the mission. Jiang Zhao had a total of 8 star techniques, all of which came from Beijiang. Hence, he had to be fully prepared before going to meet the terrifying creatures of below star level 5. More importantly, there was a group of Ice Clan creatures in the White Birch Forest that had already evolved. That was a unique advantage. It was something that could only be encountered by chance, and he had to make good use of it. Due to the existence of the Ice Prayer Forest, the Star Advent team could quickly integrate the Ice Clan creatures. The Chinese compatriots were all humans, and there was no such thing as priority. In terms of efficiency, it would definitely be best to go all the way to the south. While the two of them were talking, the sounds of the savages could be heard in front of them. Immediately afterwards, there were also sounds of apes roaring in the dense forest. Woo-woo, roar-roar. The team arrived there under Jiang Zhao's guidance. After all, he had been activating his tier field. "We're here. I'll go and take a look." Jiang Zhao then dashed forward. The team from the White Birch Forest had already stopped. In the dense forest in front of them, there were many figures moving and the tall trees were swaying continuously. The thick snow on the branches was falling. Jiang Zhao hurriedly shouted, "Don't move. I'm going to transform." The group of savages was speechless. Jiang Zhao's figure transformed and turned into a huge ape ghoul king. The river ape king stomped its feet heavily on the snow and smashed its heavy fists on the snow, causing snowflakes to splatter everywhere. The river ape king opened its bloody mouth and roared into the sky. Roar! In an instant, there was no sound in the dense forest. "Hey, monkeys, come out quickly. Greetings, new king." Just as Jiang Zhao was feeling smug, an ape ghoul's voice suddenly sounded, and it seemed to be talking to Jiang Zhao. However, the river ape king only knew how to shout and did not understand the language of the ape ghouls at all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the cries of the ape ghouls in the dense forest became even more ear-piercing. That voice seemed to be very angry. The next moment, in the dense forest 100 meters in front of them, a 16-meter-tall ape ghoul king suddenly appeared. Its huge arms swung left and right, smashing countless trees around it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Jiang Zhao was a little confused. The ape ghoul king and the ape ghouls were different in size and could be easily distinguished. However, Jiang Zhao's field tear did not sense it. Why? Because the ape ghoul king had actually piled up the ape ghouls into a small hill and buried itself. Jiang Zhao was a little stunned previously. Why are there so many ape ghouls piled up together? So, it turns out that they're acting as a blanket for boss. But, why are you so angry? I didn't answer your question, did I? I want to respond too, but I don't know your language. Jiang Zhao immediately shouted in Korean, "Please calm down, Smita." I'll give it a try. What if it can understand me? Jiang Tu had been learning Korean from Chui Kelly for a few days. Although his level of improvement was limited, he had not been learning for a long time. However, he had learned Chui Kelly's accent very well. His mockery, contempt, and disdain were imitated perfectly. Moreover, he even spoke with an accent, as if he was acting in an ancient Qing dynasty drama. Roar! The 16-meter-tall ape ghoul king's entire body was made of star power and could be said to be extraordinarily mighty. It didn't respond to Jiang Zhao's words at all. The star power ape king merely rose and landed before it appeared diagonally above everyone. Based on this inertia, it would be like a bomb that would blast into the birch forest tribe. Seeing that things were not going well, the aquatic ape king cursed. F***CKU, Smita. The aquatic ape king swung its thick, furry arms and made a gesture of flipping the table. A shot of star silence was thrown out. Roar! Beside the aquatic ape king, little Chongyang panicked when she saw the ape ghoul king leaping up high. Huff, the little fellow who was 6 meters tall suddenly became 16 meters tall. The huge star power He Chongyang appeared. She was holding a huge star power halberd and thrusting it at the ape ghoul king that was leaping up high. However, the halberd that was supposed to pierce the ape ghoul king's heart missed its target. It was because at the moment when little Chongyang stabbed upwards, the aquatic ape king's star silence had already smashed onto it. The body of star power star technique was different from other gigantism star techniques because the user still had a physical body. Their physical bodies would be fixed at the heart of the body of star power. Whatever the physical body and the heart did, the body of star power would do the same without any delay. Little Chongyang's halberd was aimed at the ape king's physical body in the heart of the ape ghoul king. However, Jiang Zhao's star silence had the effect of space confinement. In other words, not only did the ape king's huge body of star power disappear without a trace, but the ape king's physical body was also confined in the sky. Little Chongyang, who had already calculated the direction of the fall, stabbed the ape ghoul king's foot with her huge halberd. Little Chongyang was immediately displeased. She spun the halberd that was made up of star power and swatted it like a fly swatter. What are you shouting for? Disobedient. I'll smack you to death. Pa! After the ape ghoul king was swatted out of the range of star silence, it could shout again and its voice drifted further and further away. Roar! Little Chongyang finally snapped back to her senses when she saw the annoying little monkey being slapped away by her. Jiang Zhao had already controlled it just now, and her slap was equivalent to helping the ape ghoul king escape from danger. Feeling vexed, little Chongyang hurriedly flashed away. She raised her halberd and stabbed. She did flash away, but her huge body of star power remained in place for a long time before dissipating with the wind. Roar! The dizzy ape ghoul king roared angrily again after leaving the area of star silence. It actually activated the body of star power again. Suddenly, a huge wave of star power surged out and threw little Chongyang away. Huff! At this moment, Blind Lady suddenly landed at the back of the troops and pressed her hand on the ground. At the next moment, a huge black flower bloomed in the dense forest in the distance, and the thick and long vines quickly swept towards the ape ghoul king. Little Chongyang got a great shock and hurriedly flashed to dodge. The terrifying giant ape was just like King Kong in the movies. That pair of extremely thick and strong arms frantically tore at the surrounding vines. Blind Lady's slender fingers parted, and in the cold snow that had been drenched by the rain, she pressed out a patch of black ink. However, she wasn't afraid at all when she saw the black ink flower in the distance. At the instant that the ape ghoul king tore it apart, it grew to more than 10 meters. The huge black petals fluttered in the wind and spread out endlessly. The thick and long black flower vines were like huge whips that lashed out violently at everything around them. Even the giant star power ape was wrapped and strangled by the thick and flexible black ink flower vines. It was fixed in the air and tied to the dense forest. The savages turned around one after another and looked at the silent female human behind them in shock. This woman is so strong. The Ape King thought about it for a while and said, I'm going to silence it. It will become extremely small, more than 3 meters. Can you still catch it? Blind Lady asked, Must it be alive? The Ape King wanted to speak calmly, but in this form, he would usually roar. Hence, he yelled, No need. Woo! In the distance, the Ape Ghoul King wailed, and its ear-piercing and clear voice was suddenly muffled. The ink flower that was blooming in the forest opened up several huge petals like a man-eating flower and bit off the chest of the Star Power Ape Ghouls. Of course, the Ape Ghoul King in the heart was also included whoosh due to the fact that the body of Star Power of the Ape Ghoul King was forcibly disrupted by an external force. The other parts of the body of Star Power that had not been swallowed by the flower seeds immediately shattered. Little Chongyang was in the dense forest and looked up at the huge black ink flower, as well as the overwhelming flower vines that were whipping everything wantonly. She hurriedly flashed back to the Ape King's side and whispered, This sister is so powerful. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao, I was wrong just now. The Ape King roared at Little Chongyang. It's okay. Little Chongyang pursed her lips and said, Don't roar, don't be so fierce. I know I'm wrong. The Ape King was speechless. I've disguised myself as the Ape Ghoul King in all aspects. That's how I sound now. The Ape King lowered his voice and said cautiously, It's okay. Go and tell Sister 3 Tails and bring the star bead back. Oh, Little Chongyang disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The Ape King strode into the dense forest with a pair of huge hands on his waist and roared, Ah, little monkeys, hurry up and greet the new king. Your ghost Monkey King has been imprisoned in the black ink flower by that female bodhisattva. From now on, follow me, Jiang Luer, and I'll take you to the Western Calamity World. Peek. Chapter 1092. Roar. An ape ghoul emerged from the dense forest and roared at Jiang Xiao furiously. Huh? Are you indignant? Do you really think I don't dare to kill? In a flash, the Riverly Ape King appeared in front of the ape ghoul and put the flower blade in his palm together. He pressed one hand on the ape ghoul's shoulder and stabbed the ape ghoul's heart with the other. Clean and decisive. No hesitation at all. Bang! The Riverly Ape King picked up the dying ape ghoul with his wide palm and faced the pairs of eyes in the dense forest. He waved his hand and opened the door of the Calamity Realm beside him. Let's go of the Riverly Ape King through the seriously injured ape ghoul into the open Calamity Realm beside him. He then picked up the blood-stained flower blade and aimed it in the direction of the Calamity Realm's door before roaring. Drops of blood dripped onto the snow and blossomed into enchanting flowers of blood. One after another, ape ghouls emerged from the dense forest and followed the path of the Riverly Ape King's blood-stained flower blade towards the door of the Calamity Realm frantically. Just like the white ghouls, the ape ghouls didn't think of food as their own kind. 2. There were a total of 47 ape ghouls. They could be considered a medium-sized tribe. Generally, the tribe led by the Ape Ghoul King would have at most 20 ape ghouls. Seeing that the last ape ghoul had disappeared from his side and entered the Calamity Realm, Red Pine area, he immediately closed the space door. The Riverly Ape King sighed softly and stabbed the blood blade into the snow. He looked up at the sky and cried tears of guilt. God, please forgive me, these monkeys don't listen to me at all and are still uncivilized. I might as well throw a corpse in for them to rush in. Behind him, Little Chongyang's second aunt stepped forward and resisted the urge to tear the Riverly Ape King apart. She said, Hierarch Jiang, that sword. Can I borrow it? After all, the savages were already civilized. Although it was hard to erase the impulse in their bones, and they wanted to kill the ape ghouls whenever they saw them, they knew that the Ape Ghoul King was Jiang Zhao's incarnation. Hence, the savage sorceress suppressed the impulse in her heart. The aquatic Ape King froze for a moment before turning to look at his second aunt. What's wrong? The savage witch looked at the blood on the blade and said, I want I want to lick the blade. River Ape King. Seeing that the River Ape King was not speaking, the savage sorceress became even more anxious. She felt the icy rain falling on her face, and she anxiously asked, "Can you do it?" After a while, the ape ghost blood on the saber was washed away by the heavy rain. Although the wizards and witches were very respectful to Jiang Shao, they were far inferior to the swordsmen, halberds, and female archers. After all, they did not learn from Jiang Shao and hence did not have a master-disciple relationship. The River Ape King turned around and glared at the savage witch. "Shut up, shameless old thief. So thirsty? Drink rainwater." With that said, the River Ape King waved his hand, and a huge water ball came together from the curtain of rain and shot towards the savage witch. The savage witch was slapped in the face by a water ball, and she immediately sobered up. "Well, it does quench my thirst, but it doesn't satisfy my craving." She looked at Jiang Shao with a bitter expression. "On account of the fact that you raised my rank, I'll let this matter go at the side." Little Chongyang rode over on the Black Ridge Firefeather. Riding on the tall horse, he really matched the savage witch's height. Little Chongyang tried his best to stretch out his little hand and wipe the savage witch's face. "Second Aunt, don't be angry. Jiang Shao is very good. He's not a human now. He must have become an ape ghost. That's why he's so irritable. When he turns back into a human, ask him to find you ape ghost blood to drink." In front, the River Ape King suddenly said, "Her uncle aunt. Her second uncle, second aunt." The savage witch was still chatting with little Chongyang. Upon hearing the order, she turned around. The River Ape King raised his giant blade and pointed to the depths of the dense forest. "There's a group of 52 savages over there. They're probably hunting the Ape Ghost clan, so they've set up an ambush here. It's time for you guys to show up." The 4 savage witches stepped forward one after another. The River Ape King immediately changed back to his human form to avoid any misunderstandings. He continued, "White Birch Forest, follow your leader to negotiate with the other party. Remember our slogan, White Birch Forest, embrace the savages of the world." The group of White Birch Forest savages formed a formation and walked into the dense forest one after another. Under Jiang Zhao's instructions, the Celestial Advent team did not accompany them. Anyway, they had the Tier Field domain to keep track of the situation, so it was very convenient for them to provide support. In the future, the savages that Jiang Shao threw in would all be recruited by the White Birch Forest itself. He could not take care of the savages in all aspects. However, looking at the backs of the savages, Jiang Shao was still a little worried. He couldn't help but exhort, "Remember, embrace everyone. If they're not convinced, then beat them into submission before embracing them." The group of savages was speechless. They stood in the distance. From time to time, the roars of the savages could be heard coming from the dense forest. On the side, little Chongyang suddenly said to Jiang Shao, "Submit to me." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He subconsciously took a step to the left. He didn't know what was wrong with this little savage. Wouldn't it be more convincing if he had a whip in his hand when saying this? Jiang Shao, what are you hiding for?" Little Chongyang urged the horse forward and said, "I'm translating for you. That sentence should have been said by my second uncle." "Huh?" Jiang Shao came to a sudden realization and said, "You can tell?" "Yeah. Second uncle's voice is so easy to distinguish. It's just like the sound of stubborn beans scratching a rock with his fingernails." "Listen," little Chongyang blinked his eyes and said with an adorable expression. Jiang Shao grinned. "All right then, they seem to have succeeded," little Chongyang said happily. In Jiang Zhao's tier domain, the large group of people had also turned around and returned. More than 30 Birch Forest tribe savages escorted more than 50 savages. The scene was rather strange, as they quickly returned. Jiang Shao directly opened the space gate in front of him. Meanwhile, in the Calamity Shadow world, tribe leader Buru was leading an army, fully armed as he stood in front of the gate. They had finally arrived. A few seconds later, dozens of unfamiliar savages walked in. When they saw the hundreds of savages standing in the snow to welcome them, the group of foreign savages was a little stunned. What the sorcerer leader said just now was true. There was actually such a huge savage tribe. Tribe leader Buru quickly arranged for the savages to be taken in. When Jiang Zhao's group set off this morning, tribe leader Buru had already received Jiang Zhao's message. Today was a day full of benefits. This kind of benefits might last for a few more days until the Celestial Advent Squad conquered the Beijiang region. Birch Forest Tribe was located at the junction of Beijiang and Zhongji. Instructor Jiang said that from the moment he entered the Zhongji region, no more barbarians would come knocking on his door. The savage tribe that was sent in would be directly thrown into the Zhongji region. That was to the south of the Birch Forest. If they wanted to make a name for themselves and expand their tribe, they had to conquer and find their own people. In fact, that was also a decision that Jiang Xiao had made after racking his brains. The number of savages in Beijiang was still within a controllable range. However, when they entered Zhongji in the future, the number of savages would skyrocket. If they kept throwing savages into the birch forest, there would be a huge difference in culture between these foreign forces and their own forces. Yes, although they were all savages, they had been enlightened by Lady Zhu Yu and formed a unique culture over the years. They were completely different from the other savages who ate raw meat and drank blood. It would not be an exaggeration to call them savages from two different eras. Once the number of savages increased, it would be very difficult to control. Even with the suppression of ranks, there could still be chaos. Jiang Xiao made the plan to let the birch forest conquer Zhongji on their own because he wanted the birch forest to develop more steadily. The more capable the birch forest was, the more things they could do. In the process of conquering and conquering, growing stronger step by step was the right path. As for the savage tribe in the Beijiang region, it would be Jiang Zhao's investment. The day of battle in Red Pine was an eye-opener for more than 30 savages in the birch forest. They saw how Jiang Xiao turned into a white ghoul, which scolded the white ghouls to enter the space gate. They also saw how Jiang Xiao forced the lone white ghouls to level up and lit up the butcher's knife. They also knew what it meant by the saying the mountain in sight runs to the death. What it meant by the cold ice rain slapping on the face. It was not until nighttime that the birch forest tribe, which had been running for a day, was sent back to the Calamity Shadow world by Jiang Xiao. They were greeted by all the savages of the birch forest tribe, led by Chief Buru. The envious gazes and congratulatory voices made the 30 or so drenched barbarians who had been out on a campaign feel great. Their waists were no longer sore, their legs no longer hurt, and their bodies no longer felt wet. The day of heavy rain was not in vain. In the eyes of the other birch forest soldiers, it was the soldiers' credit that so many savages had joined today. However, the soldiers knew they really did not do anything. They just followed the team and ran around blindly, unknowingly. The congratulatory voices gradually converged into one word: Jiang order. Jiang order. Jiang order. Jiang Xiao smiled and waved his hand. He had long felt a sense of belonging to the birch forest. He stretched out his hands and pressed down. The group of savages gradually quietened down. Jiang Xiao looked at Chief Buru and said, "Is the tent ready?" Chief Buru nodded immediately and clapped his hands to attract the attention of all the savages. He then said, "The 30 or so warriors who went on the expedition just now gather in the big tent outside the tribe's gate." In an instant, the 30 or so marathon runners were energized. After running for a day, they almost lost their tongues. Were they finally going to get their reward? Jiang Xiao nodded at Ice Spirit and said, "Don't be anxious. When I enter the Zhongji region, it will be your turn soon." Have the Ice Demon and Frozen Walker been selected? Bing Qi Lin nodded immediately and said respectfully, "Yes, Jiang order. You can check." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said, "No need. Just bring your subordinates to the tent in a while. Also, you have to be prepared. It's time for your Bing Qi Lin tribe to be split up." Chief Bing Qi Lin and Chief Bru looked at each other and nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the savages, Jiang Xiao flew to the entrance of the tribe and entered a large tent that had just been set up. More than 30 savages quickly entered under the command of their respective leaders. Jiang Xiao nodded, turned around and said to the blind lady, "Go back to her house with little Chongyang. I've already arranged for them to boil the water. Hurry back and take a hot shower. You've been drenched in the rain for an entire day. Even with the protection of the sea-devouring soul, your body can't be in such a state. We have already fought our way back to Beia City. In front of us is the Wu Chi City region. This is a typical volcanic terrain. It will definitely be a tough battle. You have to be in your best condition." Blind Lady was a starry stage contestant. Her physique was excellent. Compared to her, Blind Lady felt that Jiang Xiao should be more concerned about himself. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Jiang Xiao say, "Of course, if you want to receive blessings and get rid of the cold, you can also enter the tent." Blind Lady raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Aren't you going to make them level up?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, but before that, I have to give them some benefits. It has been a day, and they have been running and running. They have also been hit hard by the ice rain. What if they catch a cold in their legs in the future?" Blind Lady was speechless. As he spoke, Jiang Xiao strode into the tent. Under the expectant and longing gazes of more than 30 savages, Jiang Xiao suddenly waved his hand. Hearing the series of strange guttural sounds, Blind Lady and little Chongyang stood outside the tent and retreated a few meters. Little Chongyang covered his eyes with his small hand. Through the gaps between his slender fingers, he could see a dazzling light coming from the gap in the tent. In the tent, the savages' eyes were blurred from the drunkenness, and they fell to the ground in a daze. Is this the feeling of leveling up? It's so comfortable. Tomorrow at midnight. Chapter 1093. When the barbarians woke up in the morning after a day of battle, they realized that they had advanced. The overjoyed barbarians didn't hide it. Instead, they flaunted and showed off their ranks. A piece of news also spread in the birch forest. It was true that Instructor Jiang could increase the rank of astral beasts, and during the process, you would feel an unprecedented, wonderful feeling. The barbarians found it hard to describe the feeling from head to toe. It also made other barbarians who hadn't advanced yet fantasize about it. There were some things that you couldn't describe, but when others heard it, they would give you the best fantasies. Xiao Wucha was unhappy when he heard the news. He was one of the first barbarian leaders to be instilled with astral power by Jiang Xiao. Why didn't he feel the wonderful feeling that others were talking about? Damn Instructor Jiang for treating me differently. Xiao Wucha directly blocked Jiang Zhao's door in the early morning and saw Jiang Xiao, who was ready to go. It was early in the morning and Xiao Wucha hadn't eaten yet. After seeing Jiang Xiao, he couldn't help but retch. Because in the eyes of the savages, Jiang Xiao was just too ugly. In fact, Jiang Xiao and the barbarians had the same feeling. They all despised each other for being ugly. Why are you so energetic so early in the morning? Didn't you run enough yesterday? Jiang Xiao was still tying his shoelaces when he saw a huge figure blocking the door of the bedroom. This was Jiang Zhao's home. The barbarians specially built a wooden house for Jiang Xiao. Of course, it was built according to the size of a human. Jiang Xiao lowered his head and continued to tie his shoelaces. He said casually, "After I walk around the volcano and enter Chi City, I'll summon you guys again. There's an arsenal there." Xiao Wucha stepped forward, bowed his head, and walked into the house. Not to mention the difference between their races, just their faces alone made it impossible for them to have any improper thoughts in each other's hearts. Therefore, Jiang Xiao was a little confused. He said, "What are you doing? Just say it." Besides brew, the savages were straightforward and reckless. What was wrong with Xiao Wucha? Why was he blocking the door and looking hesitant? Xiao Wucha cupped his fists respectfully, bent over, and lowered his head to look at Jiang Xiao. "Master, I heard from the second batch of savages that they experienced a wonderful moment. Why didn't I experience it when you forced me to level up?" Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, "I didn't help you get rid of the cold yesterday?" "Oh, right. Your leaders are guarding outside the tent, chasing away the onlookers." "Master." Xiao Wucha couldn't help but stomp his feet, causing cracks to appear on the stone floor. Jiang Xiao was amused and said, "You're rebelling? Huh? Are you throwing a tantrum at me?" Xiao Wucha shut her mouth and looked angry. Because of her posture, the mop covered a lot of her face. After covering her face, she actually looked much more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Shao stood up, looked around, and pointed at the single bed. Lie there. Xiao Wuchao muttered, It's too small. I can't stretch my legs. Cut the crap. I told you to lie down, so lie down. Jiang Shao flashed and stood in midair, kicking Xiao Wucha over. Xiao Wucha staggered and took 2 steps forward from the kick. He sat on the small bed, feeling wronged. You asked for it. Jiang Shao landed on the ground and walked towards the door. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. Jiang Shao scurried out and closed the door. Afraid that the fluorescent water of blessing would seep out from the crack of the door, he hurriedly flashed away again. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Jiang Shao was stunned. At some point in time, Blind Lady was also standing at the entrance of the courtyard. At this moment, she had a strange expression on her face as she listened to the strange guttural sounds coming from the room. Awkward. Jiang Shao said awkwardly, If I say it's not what you think, would you believe me? Blind Lady nodded and said, I believe you. After all, you're different from me. You're not blind. Jiang Shao was speechless. Blind Lady continued to speak to ease Jiang Zhao's awkwardness. Are you bringing He Chongyang along today? No. Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly and said, Lu Dong needs her. Jiang Sun is purely a support. Lord Zheng's brain is more powerful than his fists, so he needs the savage to hold the fort. Stand here and don't move. I'll go send the savage back. The 2 of us will set off immediately to meet the star beasts in the volcano. Okay. Blind Lady nodded and stood quietly in the courtyard. Jiang Shao flashed away, but Blind Lady frowned slightly and turned to look at the fence. Last night, there was a light snowfall in the birch forest, and there was a thin layer of snow on the fence. And on top of the fence, there was a little fellow, his face bright red from the cold. He was leaning on the wall of the courtyard, looking like a tiger with his big round eyes, curiously looking at the blind girl. Hello, big sister. A slightly childish voice was heard. This little fellow was not afraid of strangers at all. Well, if the devil incarnate of the birch forest was said to be He Chongyang previously, then in the past 2 years, this title had been placed on Yuan Yuan's head. What's your name? Blind Lady asked calmly. My name is Yuan Yuan. I have another name. I'm Hu Xuan. Yuan Yuan spat out a white mist. A 7-year-old child's voice could no longer be described as childish. However, Yuan Yuan's childish voice was really childish and sounded beautiful. Hu Shuyuan? This must be Hu Wei and Songlan's child. The name was interesting. After being trapped in the upper dimension of the snowfield for so many years, he was born there. His name was Hu Shuyuan. Blind Lady initially thought that the snowfield would be the nightmare of Hu Wei and his wife for the rest of their lives. However, since they gave their son such a name, this couple was rather interesting. What's your name, big sister? Come to my house for dinner. There's delicious food at my house. Yuan Yuan said. Blind Lady did not move, nor did she respond. Instead, she turned her head and showed Yuan Yuan her side profile. Sister, why are you blindfolded? Why aren't you saying anything? Yuan Yuan blinked her big eyes and stuck her head out of the fence wall. She looked at Blind Lady curiously and asked, Sister, don't you like Yuan Yuan? Sigh. Blind Lady sighed in her heart, turned her head, and walked towards the fence wall. Sister, you're human too, right? Yuan Yuan asked curiously. Her little hands clung onto the fence wall and tried to climb up. Blind Lady stretched out her palm and gently stroked Yuan Yuan's red face. Yuan Yuan closed her eyes comfortably and rubbed her face against Blind Lady's hand. Perhaps it was a little ticklish. She laughed out loud. Yuan Yuan. Songlan's hair was curled around her neck. It was so curled that it could be used as a scarf. Seeing that her child was climbing on the fence wall, she hurriedly walked over and hugged Yuan Yuan. Looking at Blind Lady opposite her, she said, Sorry, Madam Yu. I've caused you trouble. Uncle Quan Quan is back. Yuan Yuan suddenly struggled and cheered happily. Behind Blind Lady was Jiang Shao, who appeared quietly. I'll play with you tonight. Jiang Shao smiled and greeted Yuan Yuan. Hurry up and go back for dinner. Song Lan was also aware of Jiang Zhao's plan. She hurriedly coaxed Yuan Yuan and carried her into the house. Jiang Shao walked behind Blind Lady and connected a thread of star power to her, after which the two of them flashed. Blind Lady said softly, "That's the motivation for their survival." Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity World and summoned the sea-devouring robe. He then threw it at Blind Lady and said, "I think so. I don't have children, so I can't empathize with them." The Blind Lady's slender fingers gently twirled, as if she was reminiscing the feeling of caressing Yuan Yuan's little face. She followed Jiang Shao and walked out of the space gate. However, she suddenly asked, "How old are the fraternal twins of Four Tails?" Jiang Shao was instantly stunned. "What do you mean? You've been conquered by the little ones too? You've opened the door to a new world?" Jiang Shao looked a little awkward and suddenly said, "Look, there's something ahead." Blind Lady said softly, "I have the star technique perception, but I didn't discover any living creatures." As she spoke, Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red and the sky was covered with dark clouds. The drizzle quickly fell and saved Jiang Zhao's life. He suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Found it." As he spoke, Jiang Shao turned into a burly lava ghoul witch. He. Jiang Shao flicked his messy long hair and grinned sinisterly with dark red skin. Let's go. Jiang Shao threw out a thread of star power again and disappeared quickly with Blind Lady. Living in groups, living creatures. That's great. Jiang Shao muttered to himself and tried to change the topic. We don't have to fly. We could just flash and search in groups. Unlike the snowfield white ghouls, unless there was a more powerful white ghoul, which that formed a team, normal white ghouls were all lone rangers and lone hunters. In the dense forest, there were plenty of white ghouls scattered around. There were white ghouls that were tens of meters apart and 100 meters apart. Under such a distribution, Jiang Shao had no choice but to fly and gather along the way. After all, he had to let the white ghouls that were already following him catch up with him. Hence, Jiang Shao and the others had to fly. However, in this volcanic terrain, the lava ghouls, who were the underlings, would still gather together even without the lava ghoul witches. It was the same for the lava ghoul generals. The only exception was the lava ghoul warriors, who were also loners. However, flashing and flying to search for star beasts were much better than flying all the way. To Jiang Zhao's slight bewilderment, he found a team of 6. 1 lava ghoul witch and 5 lava ghoul warriors. The lava ghoul warriors were all loners. In the mutated sphere, they were platinum-quality volcano star beasts like the lava ghoul witches. How did this special team get together? As soon as they saw the combination of humans and star beasts, a series of roars filled the air. Why were the lava ghoul warriors loners? It was because their star techniques were very special, and one of them was brutality. Their star technique, which was indifferent to others, made them completely isolated from the word gregarious. However, as soon as they encountered the 2 of them, the 5 lava ghoul warriors immediately activated their star technique, brutality. They were really omnipotent. With the overall increase in his physical attributes, his running speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand up. Ring, 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 a series of bell sounds rang, and in an instant, the leaping medical waves weaved a healing net in the group of lava ghoul warriors. At this moment, the 5 lava ghoul warriors who were extremely irritable and even inclined to fight each other calmed down one after another. Jiang Shao blinked. The platinum quality bell already had the effect of calming and calming. It was a perfect match for the lava ghoul warriors' brutality star technique. Back then, during the World Cup, Xia Yin had also activated her star technique, brutality, and entered the god-killing mode. She was also calmed down by Jiang Zhao's bell. At the same time, her physical attributes skyrocketed, but she also remained absolutely calm. Is this the usual combination of the volcano star beasts? Is this what this world really looks like? The weakened bell on Earth couldn't support the appearance of such a combination, but on this alien ball, no, that's not right. Jiang Shao looked at the team of star beasts that had stabilized and surrounded the lava ghoul witch in the middle. Jiang Xiaowu said intermittently. This isn't Platinum Bell. This is Diamond Bell. After the first leap, the Platinum Bell could split into 3 lines. However, the first 2 leaps of the Diamond Bell could split into 3 lines. In terms of the number of lines, it was clearly Diamond Bell. So, this diamond-quality lava ghoul, which was able to gather this group of loners? Is this the so-called suppression of ranks again? The blind lady frowned slightly and said, this lava ghoul, which is larger than normal platinum ghoul witches. Gulp. Jiang Xiaowu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He would only need 1 star bead to increase the quality of his star technique. However, from the perspective of value, Jiang Xiaowu shouldn't absorb it. Instead, he should keep the star bead and leave it for the other medical star warriors in the team. If he could really absorb a diamond-quality bell, it would be of great strategic value. For Jiang Xiaowu to increase the quality of his star technique, he just had to go to the volcano a few more times and plant more seeds for the lava ghoul witch. Hiss! Kakaka, the lava ghoul witch laughed sinisterly at Jiang Xiaowu, seemingly trying to communicate with Jiang Xiaowu. However, she did not respond at all. Jiang Xiaowu threw out a star silence. What the hell are you laughing at? All of a sudden, the few of them fell silent. The defensive formation formed by the 5 lava ghoul warriors was completely surrounded by Jiang Xiaowu's star silence. Kakaka, Jiang Xiaowu chuckled strangely. This formation is pretty good, isn't it? It's very compact. I like it very much. After you enter the Calamity Shadow world, you must remember to look for the notification of the transfer of Q coins. The 5 lava ghoul warriors that had stiffened after being smashed by star silence were also a little dumbfounded. Their psychological activities might be, am I being played? At midnight today, 12/17/20. Chapter 1094. I'll add more chapters for leader L. Zhuangzhuang. Jiang Xiao and the blind lady quickly flashed over, and he directly opened the door of the Calamity World. Of course, behind the door was the volcanic area of Wuchi City. Bang! Bang! The blind lady released the air cannon and blasted all 5 lava ghoul warriors into the Calamity World. That was a clean and decisive move. Jiang Xiao did not force the diamond lava ghoul, which star bead into them. After all, Jiang Xiao had improved the quality of the star bead, but the star techniques contained in the star bead would not be improved. Since he had already planned to give the rare star bead to other medical awakened star warriors, there was no need for Jiang Xiao to improve its quality. Jiang Xiao said, cut it. Use the space gate. While speaking, Jiang Xiao continuously shrank the space gate until it finally reached a size of 3m x 3m. The blind lady didn't react at first, but when she sensed the changes in Jiang Xiao's space gate, she found it novel and hence cooperated with him. The blind lady whipped out an illusory whip and wrapped it around the lava ghoul, which that was escaping slowly. The moment the star technique's soul strangulation from Damning Dynasty's level 4 star technique wrapped around the lava ghoul witch's body, it began to tremble violently. The dark red abyss devil's face was originally filled with rage, but at this moment, it was filled with incomparable fear. As the blind lady waved her hand, the massive body of the lava ghoul, which was thrown into the gate of the Calamity World. It did not have any offensive star techniques, and even after leaving the domain of silence, it did not have much ability to resist. It could only use its long and sharp nails to scratch the ground and crawl outwards. At the same time, a ray of blessing landed and completely enveloped the upper body of the lava ghoul witch. The blind lady tilted her head slightly and tugged at the whip in her hand to adjust the body of the lava ghoul witch. At the same time, Jiang Xiao closed the gate of the Calamity World. Whoosh! Only the upper body of the lava ghoul, which was left in this world. Jiang Xiaowu quickly walked over, pulled out the flower blade, and grabbed the star bead. Pinching a star bead with her long nails, Jiang Xiaowu thought about it and opened the space gate again, only to see a hand reaching out. That hand belonged to Jiang Xiao. After he took the bloodstained star bead away, the space gate closed again. This scene was rather strange. Even though the blind lady couldn't see it, she could sense it very clearly. In the past 2 days, everything that Jiang Shao had shown had long been beyond the blind lady's understanding. At this moment, the blind lady was already numb. When she first met Jiang Shao, he was still a decoy that could transform into a crow. He would fly around and jump around. At that time, the blind lady didn't care much about Jiang Shao. Then, in the process of fighting in the north and south, she witnessed the strength of this little guy in the galaxy stage. The gap in hardware facilities was bridged by his software facilities. The repeated battles made the blind girl acknowledge this seemingly weak, but always astonishing Captain Jiang. She also acknowledged him as the captain of the team. Now, when the real Brigadier Jiang appeared, the blind lady suddenly realized that this guy's strength was beyond her imagination. Even though he was a contestant from Earth and a support, she, a primordial deity of the starry sky stage, dared not guarantee that she could defeat the little toxic healer who had endless tricks up his sleeves. However, the blind lady was a little curious. Jiang Shao could make her change her mindset from ignoring him to treating him seriously. She even began to respect him. What would Jiang Shao be like on Earth then? If Jiang Shao could get past her, she felt that Jiang Shao should already be one of the best on Earth. He had achieved success at a young age and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He was supposed to be arrogant and domineering. However, he was as mischievous as a child and as steady as an old dog. During the process of interacting with him, the blind lady did not feel uncomfortable at all. Do you think he has an aura? Yes, of course he does. However, it was rare even during battles. Only when facing a mortal enemy would that ruthless and domineering aura be revealed. Usually, he was just like a harmless little guy. It was really hard to imagine what kind of environment he grew up in and what kind of people he was raised by. If it were another young man, he would probably be too arrogant to be human. It was not uncommon to see young star warriors who had gone astray. They had just filled their stomachs with sesame oil, and they would start to vent their anger on the world. Those young star warriors could not be compared to Jiang Shao at all. Jiang Zhao's stomach was filled with sesame oil. He really had the capital to go against the heavens and earth. However, at this moment, he was running around in this desolate land, driving the star beasts away day after day and silently benefiting the people of the lower class. If the blind lady was capable enough, she might not have done that. She would have woken up at the peak of Mount Hua in the morning and spent the night in Shenanjia. Today, the Mediterranean Sea. Tomorrow, the Amazon. The blind lady frowned slightly and thought to herself, perhaps it has something to do with Second Last? Second Last had already forced him out when he was young. She thought of Second Last tonight. Jiang Shao wanted to go to Yuan's house to play with her. Although he said it casually, the blind lady knew that he would definitely go since he had agreed to it. In that case, perhaps she could go to Second Last's room and visit her cold former teammate. While thinking about it, the blind lady had no idea where she had been teleported to. At this moment, there was a group of lava ghouls having a meeting beneath their feet. The lava devils on Earth were all silver quality. Of course, that was because they had been weakened by the projection. On an alien sphere, however, their strength was not that high. They were only gold quality creatures. However, compared to the short little demons, the gold quality lava ghouls were already more than one. 1 meters tall, well, there was no need to buy a ticket for the high-speed rail. The blind lady was a little surprised. She had seen lava ghouls gathering together before, and that was the norm. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao and her were practically stepping on their faces, but the little demons still did not react at all, nor did they have any intention of attacking. What's going on? That shouldn't be the case. Jiang Shao is now in the form of a lava ghoul. Forget it if you guys don't attack, but I'm in my human form. Why are you ignoring me? Under the heavy rain, a group of more than 60 little demons formed a rather large group. They gathered together and stacked on top of each other, forming a huge bonfire. Besides, every little demon's body was burning with flames. That was clearly the star technique, burning flame. They seemed to be huddling together for warmth, while the little demons on the periphery were still trying their best to burrow in. Dong, with a muffled sound, a little demon was kicked out. It was in the process of climbing up and burrowing in when it was kicked down by its companion. Rakani begged. Jiang Xiaowu hopped over and shouted. Well, of course, Jiang Xiaowu didn't understand the language of the lava ghouls, but that didn't prevent him from communicating with the group of little demons. The little demon that was kicked out was burning with flames, but it looked pitiful and exposed in the heavy rain. At this moment, it was rubbing its buttocks aggrievedly. It was clearly a terrifying gold-quality creature, but it ended up looking like a brass chicken. The ugly demon's face was full of grievance. When it heard the voice behind it, it hurriedly turned around, only to see a leader. Iya. The little demon fluttered its short legs and scurried over quickly. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. But the lava ghoul's usual method of attack was to throw fireballs. So, judging from the lava ghoul's posture, it doesn't seem like it's going to attack. What happened next made Jiang Xiaowu and the blind lady freeze in shock. The lava ghoul actually hugged Jiang Xiaowu's calf and kept yelling, Ow! Jiang Xiaowu was speechless. The blind lady, who was wearing the sea-devouring robe, drifted back a few meters, seemingly a little afraid of being hugged by the ugly little demon. Jiang Xiaowu immediately came up with an idea. With the pendant on his calf, he strode towards the huge bonfire in front of him. Swoosh! The gate of the Calamity Shadow world opened. Jiang Xiaowu pointed in the direction of the gate and shouted at the lava ghouls who were stacking on top of each other for warmth, Rakani begs. As it turned out, the roar was still useful. Jiang Xiaowu's voice attracted the attention of a large number of lava ghouls. Jiang Xiaowu swung his left leg and kicked the pendant on his calf into the gate of the Calamity Shadow world. Then he continued to point at the gate and moaned meaninglessly, Rakani begs. But what made Jiang Xiaowu dumbfounded was that under the suppression of their race and rank, he could not command these little guys. Was it because their brains were not working? Well, that made sense. It was raining here, so it was normal for them to stack on top of each other and build a bonfire. But couldn't they find a cave to shelter from the rain? Did they have to form a group in the pouring rain to keep warm? Or they had other intentions and were simply enjoying the feeling of hugging each other? Jiang Xiaowu came in front of the huge bonfire, stuck close to their bodies, and once again opened the Calamity Shadow world. And then, Jiang Xiaowu's huge claws pushed down the tall bonfire like building blocks, and pushed all the little demons into the gate of the Calamity Shadow world. For some reason, Jiang Xiaowu suddenly felt like he was playing mahjong. All the same, when Jiang Xiaowu pushed and kicked, pushing these little demons who seemed to be carved from the same mold in, and then closed the space gate. They were both gold rank ghosts, but these guys were 10,000 times cuter than the white ghouls. They were ugly, but cute. No wonder the white ghouls became dragon fodder. Right? Speaking of dragons and the heavy rain, Jiang Xiaowu stroked his long mop hair, looked at the blind lady, and said, You still have 2-star slots that can be used, right? The blind lady nodded. I'll keep them. Jiang Xiaowu nodded. It was time to go to the various islands in the world to see if there were any dragon eggs. Although she had only raised them for a few days, they had no natural enemies in their respective territories, and there was no threat. What else could they do besides eating the white ghouls every day? Then all that was left was to cheer for love. What if there was really a harvest? The blind lady was a pure control type. If she could add a summon, a tribute in front of her, giving her a dragon with explosive output should be a good choice. Although the Star Advent organization and the Big Cloak organization are both mine. However, the Star Advent organization was established on an alien ball. In the future, I can pull these two organizations out and form a battle formation. How can Star Advent be inferior to the Big Cloak organization? The blind lady asked, What's wrong? Jiang Xiaowu said, Let me see if I can get you a dragon. The blind lady was slightly stunned. After a while, she said, Give it to little Chongyang. If you have the ability, everyone can have one. There's no need to be modest. Jiang Xiaowu laughed sinisterly. Your explosive output is too bad. It's only a pearl of death, and it's not a long-range one. The blind lady opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but her mouth was covered by the collar of the sea-swallowing robe. The blind lady was speechless. Is the Starry Sky Big Boss really that disgraceful? In response, the sea-swallowing robe said, Starry Sky? Isn't it just a level 5 creature? who isn't except for Jiang Xiaowu. Chapter 1095. That night, Jiang Xiao easily harvested 10 diamond quality star beads. Apart from a special diamond lava ghoul, which that he encountered when he first arrived, the other lava ghouls were all of the platinum quality. Under Jiang Xiao's forceful infusion, they also advanced to the diamond quality. After the lava ghouls were overjoyed and enjoying the feeling of advancement, Jiang Xiao's butcher knife came as scheduled. Well, Jiang Xiao always felt that he was a great philanthropist. The lava ghouls ended their sinful lives in excitement and ecstasy. Isn't that the best way to die? Jiang Xiao's bell had always been of diamond quality, and with the 10-star beads, he finally managed to upgrade his bell and imprint to star quality level 0 after absorbing them one after another. However, he would need 100 star beads in order to upgrade it to the candle moon quality. It seemed like there was a huge demand, but it depended on the environment. There were plenty of volcanic zones in Beijiang and Zhongji, and the lava ghouls that were produced were even more terrifying. However, even so, Jiang Xiao still planned to raise the lava ghoul witch. After all, he dared not say that the candle moon quality was the highest quality star technique. If one day his internal star map was upgraded again and the quality of his star technique could be improved again, Jiang Xiao would have to prepare in advance. Sustainable development was the most important thing. In the dark and rainy night, strange laughter could be heard from time to time. The sound of the star technique being upgraded made Jiang Xiao feel extremely refreshed. However, when he saw the introduction of the star technique on the internal star map, the strange laughter stopped abruptly. The introduction of the star technique, star imprint, did not change at all, but star bell, continuously releases medical light to heal the target. Can be connected to multiple targets. When using the star technique, it will continuously consume a large amount of star power and the body will not be able to move. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? The other star techniques have better effects as they are upgraded. What's going on with Bell? Why is there a restriction on me after improving the quality of the star technique? The body will not be able to move when using the star technique. This Bell, why has it evolved to be similar to the body of star scales of the hidden dragon and star dragon? The blind lady also sensed that something was amiss with Jiang Xiao and asked what happened. Jiang Xiao's hideous face was contorted and he said, "The quality of my star technique has improved, but I feel that something is wrong." In fact, the blind lady had long guessed that Jiang Xiao had a set of high-quality star techniques, but she had never had the chance to ask about it. Jiang Xiao's actions of getting the white ghouls and white ghoul, which drunk before absorbing the star beads 2 days ago, were enough to prove many things. When the blind lady heard Jiang Xiao say that the quality of his star technique had improved, she was still a little astonished. It's the last volcanic area. There are many lava ghouls there. I'll give it a try. With that said, Jiang Xiao flashed with the blind lady and stepped on the lava ghoul's face. For the entire day, apart from facing the lost white ghouls and the lonely lava ghoul warriors, Jiang Xiao and the blind lady would always step on the faces of the lava ghouls. Without experiencing it firsthand, Jiang Xiao dared not imagine it at all. His domain tier rain, coupled with the cold environment of late winter, actually had such an effect. It allowed the lava ghouls and lava ghoul generals to gather together and form a bonfire. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao leaped and plunged into the tall Arhut Tower. Under the cover of green glow, the lava ghouls and lava ghoul generals were blasted away. Quack, quack! Jiang Xiao let out a strange and unpleasant laugh and immediately activated Star Pet Bell. Ring, 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 ring. At the next moment, a bell was hung on the body of the nearest little demon. Then, the bell line did not split and instead continued to be a single line that hung on another lava ghoul. However, there was a problem. The first bell light wave that should have gradually dissipated did not disappear. Under the continuous transmission of Jiang Xiao's star power, the first medical light wave did not seem to weaken at all. Instead, it continued to hang on the body of the lava ghoul, a continuous healing star technique. As the rays of medical light continued to search for targets, The lava ghouls and lava ghoul generals hung on the bodies of the lava ghouls and lava ghoul generals. The expression on Jiang Zhao's ugly face changed. Why is the consumption of star power so high? Fortunately, I have the howling dragon, buzzing whale, and a group of platinum-quality pets in my body. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao's star power would probably not be able to last more than 10 seconds. As the single medical light wave continuously searched for targets, the lines of Bell weaved a large healing net in the dark and rainy night. There was no limit to the number of targets at all, and it would kill as many creatures as there were around. The blind lady's breathing stagnated slightly, and she watched as the medical light wave rushed towards her. She did not move, and even though there were no wounds on her body, she suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Her heart, which was already cold and indifferent, was now frozen to the extreme. The blind lady had never felt that she had ever been so calm before. It was as if her emotions had been reduced by more than half, and she was no longer affected by them. She felt that she seemed to have lost her composure, and any normal person would at least be surprised at the scene that was happening in front of her. However, the blind lady was not. She seemed to have lost the ability to react emotionally. Instead, she began to analyze what Jiang Zhao's star technique would bring to the team. She also wondered what kind of battlefield the star technique would be most effective in. The blind lady quickly rolled up her sleeves as if she had no human emotions. She activated the star technique, sharpness, and was about to tear off a piece of flesh from her fair arm when she suddenly stopped. She had a star-quality fugitive body, and that star bead came from the leader of the fugitives who invaded the Yegu Pagoda. The blind lady searched through her star techniques, only to discover that none of them could break through her defense. Jiang Xiao was right. Her explosive output was indeed insufficient. Just because her defense was high didn't mean that the others were. The blind lady quickly floated behind a lava ghoul and activated her star technique, Sharp Claws, after which she tore off a piece of flesh from the arm of the little demon. With a sullen expression, the little demon released a fireball that exploded in her palm. If it weren't for the help of Bell, such a creature wouldn't have chosen such a method of exchanging injury for injury. The blind lady quickly retreated and immediately put her black cloak in front of her, easily blocking the exploding fireball. In just a few seconds, the wound on the arm of the lava ghoul healed rapidly. New flesh and blood continued to grow, and the arm that had a large piece of flesh torn off was already as good as new. The blind lady lifted her cloak and put the torn piece of flesh into her arms. To be exact, she fed it to the sea-devouring robe. What a strange feeling. The little demon's face was sullen, and she purred at the blind lady, only to be frozen by Jiang Zhao's sound of silence. Jiang Xiao also confirmed once again that although he couldn't move his body, he could still use other star techniques when using the star technique bell. On the other hand, the blind lady tried to move left and right again, and the medical light wave had really been connected to her body. No matter how fast she was, the line never broke. The blind lady remained expressionless, and her body suddenly shattered into a pile of ink. She then flashed away and reappeared 10 meters away. Finally, the medical light wave was cut off. As soon as the light on the blind lady's body was cut off, the light that was connected to all the creatures behind her also broke off. The white light rays disappeared at a constant speed, and the scene was extremely peculiar. While the blind lady sensed all this, her home, the medical light wave, stubbornly flew over and connected to her body again. Jiang Xiao stood in the same spot and continued to channel star power. The bouncing medical light wave had already connected to every target in the surroundings, eventually forming an endless loop. In the end, the medical light wave plunged into Jiang Xiao's body. While continuously channeling star power, Jiang Xiao still felt a little tipsy. After the medical light wave connected to his body, he immediately woke up and quickly retracted his star technique bell. As the line of Bell and his huge claws disappeared, the medical light rays in front of him also disappeared at a constant speed. The rainy night that had been completely lit up by the light fell into darkness again after more than 10 seconds. Jiang Xiao looked at the blind lady, who also looked at him. The two extremely calm people seemed to have become two machines. Jiang Xiaowu could not read the other party's emotions in his eyes and perception. Jiang Xiaowu opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world. However, it did not move. At the next moment, it summoned tears of sorrow. The little demons that Jiang Xiaowu had blasted away previously initially wanted to gather together again and set up a bonfire again. However, after being taken care of by Belle, they stood rooted to the ground, seemingly thinking about something. The sudden appearance of tears of sorrow made the lava ghouls change their mindset and scatter in all directions. However, a few seconds later, as Jiang Xiaowu continuously adjusted the range of tears of sorrow, the circle began to shrink. The lava ghouls and lava ghoul generals discovered that the raindrops were not poisonous. In order to avoid harm, they all gathered in Jiang Xiaowu's direction. As the circle of tears of sorrow continued to shrink, one after another, the lava ghouls and lava ghoul generals were forced to rush into the space gate. Jiang Xiaowu remained standing in the same spot, without moving at all. Above his head was the blind lady who was forced to come to him and was floating in the sky. In the rain, the blind lady said calmly, "If you have such a star technique, you should have done this a long time ago." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xiaowu said coldly, "You still have to keep a distance between groups. If you do this to save trouble, a large number of star beasts will gather in a certain location in the Calamity Shadow world, which will be detrimental to their survival and their search for a place to rest. They will enter with a very low mood. Most of them will be depressed, but there will also be some who will be extremely irritable, as if they are resisting before their death. They will explode." After saying that, Jiang Xiaowu threw 2 diamond bell with reduced quality into the space gate of the Calamity Shadow world before quickly closing the space gate. Jiang Xiaowu continued, "You and I both know that our emotions are not right now." The blind lady said calmly, "This is beneficial for carrying out the mission." Jiang Xiaowu said, "But we are humans, not machines. This is not the way I should live. You are my soldier. Now, I order you not to move." The blind lady's eyes froze, but she stopped herself from teleporting. At the next moment, Jiang Xiaowu waved his hand, and a huge platinum blessing beam fell. It enveloped the two of them. The world had been studying how to get rid of the negative effects of star techniques. The poisonous healer came to the world with blessing and made people consider how to get rid of the negative effects at this moment. Jiang Xiaowu's star bell solidified the topic. Jiang Xiaowu did not panic at all. Why? Because blessing could break all laws. Regardless of whether it was positive or negative emotions, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a blessing. If there was, there was no way there was. In the wet snow, a person and a ghost slowly crawled up. Jiang Xiaowu's ugly demonic face was dark red in the first place, so it was fine. However, the blind lady's face was still slightly flushed after being hit by the ice rain. Jiang Xiaowu chuckled strangely and said, "Are you feeling better?" The blind lady was embarrassed and angry, which was a far cry from her previous emotionless self. She squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. "Shut up." As she spoke, her mouth was covered by the collar of the sea, devouring robe again, peak. Chapter 1096. It was a warm night on Africa's Star Dragon Island. The sky seemed to be covered with a beautiful Milky Way. Without the lights of modern society, the stars in the night sky were always so bright. The breeze blew through the fine grass, and in the quiet night, the roars of white ghouls could be heard occasionally. Unknowingly, it was drizzling. The drizzle fell on the body, bringing a cool feeling to the creatures on Matter Island. In the drizzle, a figure flashed like a ghost and crouched cautiously, looking like he was sneaking around. This person was Jiang Xiao, who came to steal the dragon egg after completing his mission. He had already gone to Iceland's Fog Dragon Island and the Pacific Ocean's Hidden Dragon Island, but he found nothing. On this Africa's Star Dragon Island, I wonder if... A Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. In the drizzle, he found many white ghouls scattered everywhere. These guys were basically distributed around the island. If they could swim, they would have long escaped from the island. Unfortunately, the white ghouls couldn't swim, so they could only live along the coastline. In the middle of Matter Island, there were two star dragons coiled tightly together. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Under the perception of domain tiers, the two behemoths were tightly entangled and almost tied into a dead knot. That should be a good sign, right? Damn hidden dragon and fog dragon. Look at the star dragons. They have business to attend to. What about you? All you do is eat, sleep, and eat. Can't you have some pursuits? Even the detestable hidden dragon actually slept in separate rooms. At least the two fog dragons hunted together, but the hidden dragon was in the east and west of the island respectively. The two hidden dragons activated their invisibility bodies and hung in the air, sneaking around. Jiang Shao felt a headache coming on as he watched. It's easy for me to steal a dragon egg, but you're not cooperating. Of course, it's not easy. The white ghouls had it even harder. The brass-level white ghouls did not have much intelligence at all. They were brutal by nature and only knew how to eat, kill, and cheer for love. However, without exception, Jiang Shao visited 3 dragon islands and found that the white ghouls lived on the coastline of the island, far away from the central area of the island. Occasionally, the white ghouls that were close to the inland of the island and around the dragon clan's living area behaved even more strangely. Perhaps it was because the rank suppression was too fierce. Even though they were not creatures of the same race, those white ghouls still succumbed to the dragon race. They forgot their brutal characteristics and lay on the ground, shivering, not even daring to breathe. This group of dragons is indeed a little scary. Their auras are too strong. For example, not far away, the 2 star dragons were tightly entangled with each other. Their huge bodies were lying on the ground wantonly. Their starry skin was so beautiful and terrifying, just like ancient divine beasts. No one dared to disturb their rest. All right, we must love each other deeply and be together forever. Jiang Shao mumbled softly and left happily, fantasizing about the wonderful times when he would steal star dragon eggs in the future. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he arrived at the cold South Pole continent, which was the Crystal Dragon continent. As the field tear was activated there, Jiang Shao discovered that the white ghouls there were similar to the white ghouls on Fog Dragon Island in the Iceland nation. They were both rather active. Maybe they really liked the cold, ice, and snow environment. Crystal Dragon, where are you? Jiang Shao flashed to the edge of the field tier and quickly expanded the field tear territory to search for the king creatures here. The good thing was that the dragon race creatures had a strong sense of their own territory. Jiang Shao assigned different dragons to different islands. They really regarded it as their own territory, and they also occupied a part of the land with the sea as the boundary. The South Pole continent was really big. Jiang Shao spent a lot of effort and flashed for a while before he found the traces of the crystal dragons. What made Jiang Shao excited was that the crystal dragons were worthy of being social creatures. There were 6 crystal dragons, not one less, and they were all gathered together. 4 of the crystal dragons were in the same position as the previous star dragons, tightly entangled together. What's with the other 2? Jiang Shao looked curious. Everyone else was in pairs, but why didn't the 2 of them pair up? Could it be that the dragon race also had a sexual orientation? Just as Jiang Shao was puzzled, one of the 2 separated crystal dragons was coiled on the snowy mountain. In its sleep, its swaying tail moved up from under the white snow. It seemed to be an unconscious action, but Jiang Zhao's breathing stopped slightly. He found that there was a dragon egg on the crystal dragon's tail. Damn, it's not that the 2 of you are not united, but the 2 of you have already united. How long have you been here? And you already have results. The dragon's nature is really... Jiang Shao was overjoyed. In the field tear territory, he carefully felt the crystal dragon's tail. His expression kept changing as he pondered, but his body started to change. All of a sudden, a small crystal dragon with a length of 82 meters quietly appeared. Jiang Xiaojing's body flashed and directly teleported to the tail of the sleeping crystal dragon, coming in front of the dragon egg. Lulu, the huge crystal dragon, turned its head, accompanied by an extremely violent breath, as if it did not want anyone to disturb its dream. But when the crystal dragon found Jiang Shaojing coiled around its tail, it was completely dumbfounded. Where did such a small, one-of-its-kind come from? While the huge crystal dragon was stunned, Jiang Shaojing had already released the star power line, and with the crystal dragon egg, her figure flashed and disappeared. The crystal dragon climbed up, and its exquisite head, that was like an ice sculpture, looked around. When it found that little crystal dragon disappeared with the dragon egg, the crystal dragon completely exploded. A dragon's roar tore through the night sky. A dragon stole my egg. At the same time, in the distant Calamity World, in the eastern part of the Zhang province, a figure stood silently in front of Stone Villa, also standing in front of a huge crystal dragon head. This family's mailbox was amazing. It was actually made of a crystal dragon head. However, if the owner of this place really found a letter from the crystal dragon head, he would probably be frightened, right? Blind Lady lowered her head slightly, as if trying hard to feel the exquisite lines of the crystal dragon head. She asked calmly, "This is a dragon clan creature. She came to the alien world much later than Yun. Due to her identity as a light chaser, Blind Lady also knew about the existence of the Dragon Cave. However, at that time, she was not qualified, and the Tail Feather team was not qualified to carry out the Dragon Cave mission. Yes, Crystal Dragon. It's 33 to 35 meters long and of the diamond quality. It has a total of 4 star techniques, 3 platinum and 1 diamond. Jiang Shou answered while standing behind Blind Lady. Blind Lady, who was wearing the sea-devouring robe, floated up and moved forward a few meters before gently pressing her hand on the ice sculpture. Of course, it was just an ice crystal dragon head that was similar to an ice sculpture and not made of real ice. Hence, it would not melt. As her body floated, Blind Lady's slender and fair palm gently brushed the cheeks of the crystal dragon and carefully felt the magical species. At the next moment, she stopped moving slightly and another Jiang Shao appeared behind her. Haha, look at what I stole. Took. Jiang Shao was rather excited as he held a huge dragon egg in his arms. The dragon egg was very unique. It was not round, but an irregular elliptical polyhedron. It looked crystal clear on the outside, and there seemed to be a layer of frost, mist drifting within it. It was a beautiful sight. Blind Lady turned around and asked, "What?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Crystal dragon egg. The efficiency of these crystal dragons is really high. They've only been in Antarctica for a few days, and they've already started laying eggs. It would be perfect if they could produce one per day like hens." Blind Lady was speechless. She floated down and reached out to take the crystal dragon egg from Jiang Zhao's arms. It was cold to the touch. "You went to steal the dragon egg." Displeased, Jiang Shao muttered, "How can you call it stealing when it's a star warrior?" After retorting, Jiang Shao said, "Crystal dragons are diamond-quality creatures. They have diamond-quality star techniques that cover a large area of perception, a large area of continuous energy consumption, ice breath, as well as single-target and group output star techniques that come with freezing effects. You have to nurture them well." Blind Lady frowned slightly. He had previously said that he wanted to give her a dragon pet. However, Blind Lady didn't expect the dragon egg to come so quickly. Large-range perception star techniques and group output star techniques were indeed suitable for her to make up for her shortcomings. However, she didn't know if the information that the star beast sensed could be effectively transmitted to its owner. Although most star beasts couldn't speak, the crystal dragons might be able to use other methods, such as maps, to transmit perceptual information after human training. In fact, Jiang Shao didn't expect the crystal dragons to be so serious. Impressive. Of course, Blind Lady knew how precious the dragon pets were. She said calmly, "Jiang Shao, this dragon egg." Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Block it." He then used the collar of the sea-devouring robe to cover Blind Lady's mouth again. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Jiang Shou will show you around the house. I'll get going first. Stay in second last room tonight. Don't run around. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Don't go missing." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao had already disappeared without a trace. After Jiang Shao left, Blind Lady put down the collar of the sea, devouring robe. Blind Lady looked at Jiang Shou and handed the dragon egg to him. Here. Jiang Shou retreated and said, I'm not Jiang Shou. Blind Lady frowned slightly and said, You're the same person. Jiang Shou shook his head like a rattle drum. No. How can I compare to him? He is talented and bold, wise and mighty. Blind Lady was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he arrived at Tree Island in Jingzhou province. The island was neither too big nor too small. There were seas and forests, and it was very suitable for living. To Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun. This place was even more meaningful, because it was the place where Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun got married on Earth. Jiang Shao, who was dripping wet, flashed to the door of a wooden house and knocked on it gently. Knock, 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 the door was soon opened. Hai Tianqing was still in his usual best man suit. The sapphire blue suit was not wrinkled at all, while Fang Xingyun was wearing a champagne-colored dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She seemed to have put on some light makeup and looked elegant and charming. In the past 3 months, the powerful star warrior no longer showed any signs of giving birth. Jiang Shao asked, Are you ready? Fang Xingyun was initially all smiles, but when she saw that Jiang Shao was drenched, she frantically pushed Hai Tianqing and said, Go get a towel. Huh? Ah. The young father Hai hurriedly turned around and went back to the house to get a towel. Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked inside, only to see Uncle Hai and Aunt Hai who were ready to go. He smiled and said, Are you ready too? Yes, haha. Uncle Hai laughed heartily with a hint of excitement in his eyes. That night was the first gathering between the Hu family and the Hai family. Jiang Zhao's time was precious. Since he had promised to play with Yuan at night, he decided to organize the gathering. Hu Wei and Song Lan had long wanted to meet the family of 6. They also tried their best to give Yuan an environment to grow up in human society. They hoped that Yuan could have a grandfather and grandmother by her side. In fact, if it were not for the fact that they were living in the Calamity Shadow world, the couple might not have paid so much attention to the roles of grandfather and grandmother. The gathering should have been held on Tree Island. After all, the climate and environment there were better. Besides, Hai Tianqing's twins were only 3 months old. However, the Hai family hoped to visit Hu Wei's home, which was the Birch Forest tribe. Jiang Shao had always thought that this was just Hai Tianqing's excuse. However, when Jiang Shao saw Uncle Hai's excited expression, he had an answer in his heart. Visit the Birch Forest tribe? Sigh. It was obvious that Uncle Hai still cared about his hometown, even if it was not the hometown that he remembered. Fang Xingyun pressed one hand on Jiang Zhao's head and brushed his wet hair from left to right. He looked distressed. Where's your sea-devouring soul? As he spoke, Hai Tianqing had already returned with a towel. Fang Xingyun hurriedly took it and covered Jiang Zhao's head with the towel, gently wiping it. Ah, Jiang Shao lowered his head and said, I borrowed my teammate. She's too weak. She can't even fly. Hee hee. Fang Xingyun smiled and said, Do you need help? Little Hai and I are both in the galaxy stage. Lower your head. Oh. Jiang Shao lowered his head and enjoyed the warmth of Fang Xingyun's hands. He picked up the towel and wiped his head gently. He smiled and said, I don't care about anyone who hasn't reached the peak of the galaxy stage. Hai Tianqing snatched the towel from Fang Xingyun's hand and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head. Are you looking down on me? You, Teacher Fang, are qualified, but I'm not? Jiang Shao took a few steps back and looked at Hai Tianqing in disdain. I have a 15-year-old comrade who is also in the late galaxy stage. Hai Tianqing was confused. 15 years old? She's not even at the age of 15, right? Looking at Hai Tianqing's disbelieving gaze, Jiang Shao sneered and said, I was the one who taught her how to wield the heavenly halberd. After she finishes her mission in a few days, I'll bring her here and she'll acknowledge you as her godfather. Hai Tianqing's face stiffened and he looked awkward. Brother, you're too kind. There's no need for that. We're of the same generation. I'll just be her brother. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and sighed. It's not good to fight someone of the same generation. Since ancient times, we have to have a good reason to fight. "Sigh, Dad, I'll do it." Hai Tianqing did not respond at all. He turned around and took the two big bamboo baskets from Uncle Hai's hands. Jiang Shao smiled and looked at Fang Xingyun. "You're bringing fruits for them?" Fang Xingyun smiled and glared at Jiang Shao. He reached out and pinched Jiang Zhao's cold face. "Those are my two children." This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to feel awkward. He hurriedly said, "Well, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Open the door. I'll bring you there alone. It's safe." Fang Xingyun waved his hand and opened the door of the shadow of calamity. The family of them entered in a single file. Jiang Shao connected Fang Xingyun's body with astral power threads, and the two of them quickly disappeared from the tree island. Chapter 1097. Swoosh, the master and disciple appear at the entrance of the White Birch Forest tribe. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the stars shone brightly. The bonfires on both sides of the entrance reflected the name on the signboard, White Birch Forest. Fang Xingyun exhaled a breath of cold air. It was obvious that she was not used to the cold and snowy land in the north after coming from the southern island. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the large words on the plaque, and she said softly, "What a beautiful name." Jiang Shao glanced at Fang Xingyun and said, "I wanted to show you the way, but the weather is cold. Forget it. Let's go to their house directly and walk around the White Birch Forest when we have time." "Master," Jiang ordered. A series of voices came from both sides of the gate. The barbarians who were guarding the gate cupped their fists and bowed respectfully to Jiang Shao. However, when they saw the unfamiliar Fang Xingyun, their expressions became extremely strange. Jiang Shao nodded and brought Fang Xingyun directly to the door of Hu Wei and Songlan's house. Fang Xingyun felt her vision blur and found herself standing in the courtyard. There was a wooden house in front of her. Looking to the left and right, the wooden houses of various sizes were neatly arranged. The roofs were covered with pure white snow, and it was all white. "Knock, knock, knock." Jiang Shao knocked on the door. Behind him, Fang Xingyun looked around and asked, "Those barbarians just now, they speak pretty good Chinese?" Jiang Shao smiled and replied, "Ah, this is a bit of history. I'll let Hu Wei tell you about it when we eat later." Fang Xingyun said, "The way they look at me, why do they look so disgusted? Didn't you say that they are very friendly to humans?" Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress and said, "The barbarians have a different sense of beauty from us. The wilder you look, the more the barbarians like you. For example, if Li Kuei was here, he would definitely be a village beauty." So, Fang Xingyun understood what Jiang Shao meant. Her charming face slightly stiffened and said, "You mean they looked at me like I was ugly?" Jiang Shao was speechless. The door opened and Song Lan saw Jiang Shao. She looked around and saw the beauty behind Jiang Shao. Song Lan, who was also a woman, could not help but brighten up. She asked tentatively, "Teacher Fang?" "Hello." Fang Xingyun nodded and smiled. She was indeed an official teacher of the Star Warrior Academy in the capital city. Of course, she was worthy of the title. Come in." Song Lan called out repeatedly. She turned to the side and gestured for them to enter. Fang Xingyun stared at Song Lan curiously. Song Lan's thick hair was wrapped around her neck like a scarf. It was wrapped around her neck a few times. Fang Xingyun was left speechless. Just how long was her hair? "Brother, hurry up and take a bath. I've boiled some water for you." "The temperature is just right." Hu Wei walked over and nodded at Fang Xingyun before hurriedly explaining to Jiang Shao. Okay, you guys talk first." Jiang Zhao's figure disappeared in a flash. Fang Xingyun seemed to have discovered something. She bent her knees slightly and placed her hands on her knees. She looked at a small head that was peeking out from the door not far away. With a gentle look on her face, she smiled and said, "Hello, little fellow." The word shy did not exist in Yuan's dictionary. Yuan. Well, there was no dictionary at all. He ran out and shouted cheerfully, "Here comes another sister. She's as beautiful as the one in the morning." "Oh," Fang Xingyun said with a smile. "Who was the sister in the morning? Is she at your house too?" Hearing this, Yuan Yuan pouted and said, "The sister in the morning doesn't seem to like Yuan Yuan." Jiang Shao took a comfortable hot bath. Smelling the aroma of the food, he scurried out of the big wooden tub and quickly wiped his body. He then changed into the clothes that Hu Wei had prepared, which were made from the fur of the ape ghoul. He thought to himself, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Their skills in making clothes are getting better and better. He wore shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, but there was no fur at all. It was really comfortable home clothes. The temperature in the wooden hut was very high, and there were several fireplaces. The aroma of the food, coupled with the faint sounds of chatting and laughter, made Jiang Shao feel extremely comfortable. This kind of atmosphere was exactly what he wanted to give people, and it was also what Jiang Shao needed. Following the sound, Jiang Shao immediately flashed to the living room on the west side. He saw the people around the fireplace smiling. At this moment, Yuan Yuan was doing something. It was a scene that almost all children had to experience in their growing years. That was performing talents. Unlike other children, Yuan Yuan seemed to be enjoying it. After listening for a while, Jiang Shao realized that Yuan Yuan was reciting the chapter of Journey to the West. Although there was no specific content, the chapter's recitation dragged Jiang Shao back to the television series In Another World. Dharma comes to the West to meet the women's country. The mind is determined to escape from the fireworks. Good. Jiang Shao clapped. At the side, Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "You like this chapter too?" Jiang Shao muttered in his heart, "No, I like this episode more." After a while, Song Lan's voice came from the kitchen. "It's time to eat. It's time to eat." Jiang Shao hurriedly called everyone to eat. He glanced at the loving Annie Hai, but he could not find Uncle Hai. "Where's Uncle Hai?" Jiang Shao asked. Hai Tianqing was also stunned for a moment and said, "He said he went to the toilet just now. It's been half a day, right?" Annie Hai was also bewitched by the demon child, Yuan Yuan. She was very fond of this dignified little fellow. Only then did she remember that her old man was gone. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "It's okay. The white birch forest is very safe. Don't worry. I'll go out and take a look." Jiang Shao flashed a few times and went to the toilet. He also searched all the rooms in the wooden house, but he did not find Uncle Hai. Just as he flashed to the courtyard, he saw Uncle Hai standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief. If he could not find him, he would have to summon the field tier. Uncle Hai? Jiang Shao was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, but he could not be bothered anymore. He walked over and called out, "Ah, Xiaopi." Uncle Hai turned his head and looked at Jiang Shao with a smile. Jiang Shao could clearly feel that the old man's mood was not right. "Uncle Hai, what's wrong?" Jiang Shao stood beside him and asked curiously. Uncle Hai smiled and said, "It's very rare to see snow." Jiang Shao was amused by the pure dialect of the three northern provinces. He saw Uncle Hai squatting down and reaching out to grab a handful of snow. The small particles of snow were like sugar. He casually scattered them on the ground. Uncle Hai sighed softly and said, "How can winter be called winter without snow?" Jiang Zhao's smile froze. He had wanted to joke a little earlier, but now he did not know what to say. Unknowingly, Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun were already standing in the courtyard, standing behind Jiang Shao. They could not see their father from where they were, but they could hear their father's voice. Fang Xingyun tugged at Hai Tianqing, and the two of them walked into the house. Fang Xingyun said softly, "Let's move to the white birch forest." Hai Tianqing looked a little troubled and said, "The weather on the island is good. It's good for children." Fang Xingyun said softly, "The house over there can be a holiday island. Dad has lived on this land all his life. Let him be happier in his old age. Hu Wei's house is also here. I heard that Song Lan is teaching in the white birch forest, and Hu Wei is working here. If Dad and Hu Wei are together, he can stretch his muscles and do some work. Our children will grow up here and have someone to play with them. We'll ask about the specific situation in the white birch forest later. Moreover, I've seen the attitude of the savages toward Shrimpy. We'll live here and have him to protect us. It won't be a problem." Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun emotionally. He gently put one hand on her shoulder and pressed his lips on Fang Xingyun's head. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? I want it too. Yuan ran over from behind and looked at Hai Tianqing curiously with her big eyes. Haha, okay. Hai Tianqing, who was in an extremely good mood, bent down, held Yuan's head with both hands, and pressed his lips on her head. At the same time, in Dezhang province, on the third floor of the stone villa, in the first room near the stairs, Jiang Shou held the sea soul lamp in one hand and leaned against the door frame, looking at the blind lady who was standing in the middle of the room. It was good to be blind. Jiang Shou did not even have to carry the lamp to accompany her into the room. Very stunning, the blind lady said calmly. Ah. Jiang Shou smiled and continued. All the results of my years as a star warrior are displayed in this room, but I'm still short of 2 trophies and a medal. Initially, there was a medal for exploring the Dragon Cave, but there was an accident and I entered the abnormal sphere before the medal was issued. By the way, the medals here are not all mine. There are also some belonging to the other members of my team. And second lasts. Okay. The blind lady nodded and strode out. As Jiang Shou turned sideways, she arrived at the corridor and gestured to the right. This is her room. Jiang Shou said, Yes, let's go. I'll show you. The blind lady said, It's okay, you can go. You're really just a tool. Jiang Shou pursed his lips and said, Okay, have breakfast at the restaurant on the first floor tomorrow morning. Don't forget. Jiang Shou then left in a flash. The blind lady strode forward and pushed open the door of second last room. She lowered her head slightly, seemingly trying to sense something carefully. There were tables, chairs, bookshelves, sofa, and the huge bed. The blind lady took off her sea-swallowing robe and hung it on the hanger at the door. She then picked up another woolen coat on the hanger with her long and slender fingers. She didn't know what color the coat was, but she guessed that it might be black or dark red. The room had clearly been cleaned frequently because it was bright and clean. The blind lady picked up the coat and placed it on the tip of her nose before sniffing it gently. After a while, she hung the coat back on the hanger. She strode forward and gently stroked the table and chair with her fingers, seemingly looking for clues. However, she stopped next to the bookshelf. In front of her was a weapon rack with a few large, wide blades. Some of them were made of stone while others were made of steel. They were probably weapons that had been retired. She folded her fingers and flicked the blade, causing a crisp sound to be heard. Amidst the tremors, she took a few steps back and raised her head slightly. There was a painting hanging on the wall, directly opposite the large bed and above the sofa. The blind lady hesitated for a while before waving her hand. Bang! A gust of wind blew and the door behind her closed abruptly. She gently placed one hand on the white cloth that was covering her face and seemed a little hesitant. After hesitating for a while, she gently pulled off the cloth that was covering her eyes and slowly opened her eyes. There were no whites or pupils, only pitch-black eyeballs that were filled with oil stains. In her pitch-black eyeballs, there seemed to be an enchanting, blooming ink flower. The blind lady raised her head, and the ink flowed down from her eye sockets, brushing past her fair and tender cheeks. It could be seen that she was not crying, but as she opened her eyes, the black ink would flow down involuntarily. The tiny flower of ink in her eyes slowly blossomed. It was coquettish and strange. The painting on the wall was, to be exact, a magnified photo. The blind lady, who had the high-quality star technique of perception, could see everything in the dark room, even without the moonlight outside the window. There was a familiar figure in the magnified photo. It was the person she hadn't seen for many years. The woman in the photo was holding a head in one hand and a corpse that had died tragically while holding a white flower in the other. The person in the painting placed the strange white flower on the tip of her nose, closed her eyes, and sniffed it gently. A woman with a piercingly cold aura and her languid attitude of enjoyment formed a rather contradictory picture. It added a strange sense of beauty to the photo. Drip, drip, the blind lady, who had stopped in her tracks and opened her eyes for a long time, had already been stained with ink. Finally, She slowly closed her eyes and slowly tied the white cloth again. She lowered her head and moved her lips slightly. Her voice was very soft and soft. I'm sorry. Chapter 1098. The next day, at 9 a.m., in the stone villa, Jiangshou sat in the dining room on the first floor, feeling bored. There was a pot of milk in front of him and a few slices of cooked beef and oranges on the plate. Jiangshou's culinary skills have been verified by many parties, and even Yinwei said that they were good. 3 hours ago, Marta, Yinwei, and Chun Lingtao had wolfed down some food before entering the Calamity Shadows training room to train. Jiangshou looked at Yinwei wolfing down the food and suddenly felt that he didn't have to worry about having too many coiled cows anymore. In the Flower Sea Ranch, the coiled cows and green coiled cows reproduced rapidly. Without their natural enemy, the Chinese redbud demon, they were carefree and made their own flowers, ate them, and then gave birth to babies. Jiangshou was very troubled, but Yinwei's appetite this morning gave him hope. Wouldn't it be great to send cows to the White Birch Forest and Yegu Pagoda regularly so that they could rear them and drink milk? Jiangshou placed his elbows on the table and supported his chin with his palm while thinking to himself. He had been waiting for the entire morning, but the blind lady still hadn't woken up. They had agreed to go downstairs for breakfast yesterday, but it was already 9 o'clock. Maybe she's been too tired for the past few days? Or maybe she slept very late last night. While he was deep in thought, a figure floated in. She looked for Jiangshou, floated over slowly, and sat on the chair. As the tail of her cloak fluttered, a large dragon egg was revealed and placed on the table. Dong! Jiangshou hurriedly woke up and saw the blind lady in front of him. You're awake? Wait, I'll heat it up for you, Jiangshou said while standing up at the milk pot. The blind lady said, There's an empty room on the 3rd floor. The 3 rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors were all occupied and had personal belongings. One of the 3 rooms on the 3rd floor belonged to second last. Another was the exhibition room, and the last one was empty. I'll give it to you if you want it. I asked my teammates to stay there too, but no one was willing to stay on the same floor as second last, Jiangshou said as he poured the milk into the pot. I'll pack up for you later. Okay, the blind lady said softly. Jiangshou asked curiously, Why don't you stay in the White Birch Forest? Or ye ancient pagoda? There are many people over there, and it's lively. Although it's primitive, there are also many functional buildings. Ghost Monk can even fight with you or something. Blind lady, this place is pretty good. It's quiet. Jiangshou pouted and didn't say anything. Blind lady continued. Are you learning Korean? Jiangshou was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. In the first level, Jiang too had been with Chui Kelly. Most of the things that needed to be interrogated were done. Now, it was time to learn how to disguise as her. Jiangshou said, The main thing is to learn her language habits, the way she speaks, and the way she speaks. If you find it annoying, I can go somewhere else with her to study. The blind lady took the glass from Jiangshou and said indifferently, How can a guest chase away the host? Jiang Sun thought about it and said, Once Chui Kelly goes out, she will be targeted. Blind maiden frowned slightly and said, What do you mean? Jiang Sun said, They were all discovered by me previously. In the Celestial Flower Organization, there's a person with an extremely powerful star atlas. He can smell the scent of a specific person's star atlas. Blind lady was dumbfounded. Jiang Sun sneered in his heart. Her so-called positioning was far worse than his 9-star eyes. If Jiang Shao were to locate a person, even if the target was in another dimensional space, the 9-star eyes would give him the shortest route. As for the matter of getting stuck in a space tunnel during the journey, it would be up to the Star Warrior and had nothing to do with the star map. However, the star map of the man codenamed Treasure Island Dog from the Celestial Flower Organization could only detect the scent of the target. Although it was a scent, it was actually not the scent of a person. Instead, it was the scent of the star map. Once the target was not in the same dimensional space as you, the scent would not be detectable. Besides, you had to smell the star map in advance. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter the process of tracking. However, the star map of the Treasure Island dog was better than the 9-star eyes. The spatial positioning of a 9-star eyes could only locate 3 people at most. As for the aura positioning of the Treasure Island dog, as long as you had previously sniffed someone's star map, you would be able to enter the tracking state. However, the person codenamed Treasure Island Dog did not participate in the previous battle on the peninsula. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao and the rest would probably have been sniffed by him. The star map is really strange and has all kinds of functions. Jiang Sun said, in other words, once I release Chui Kelly, I'll probably attract the attention of the Celestial Flower Organization. Hee hee. Blind Lady chuckled. Do you want to play something exciting? I didn't do well the previous time. The previous time, Jiang Sun was enlightened. She was probably talking about the battle on the peninsula. There was nothing he could do about it. Blind Lady's martial star transformation was too powerful. She was afraid of her allies and didn't dare to activate her ink flower. Jiang Sun shook his head and said, wait a little longer. I'll learn more. Not only am I learning her language, but I'm also learning her habits. Blind Lady said, you want to disguise yourself as her? But can you disguise her star map? No. Jiang Sun smiled and shook his head. He suddenly leaned forward while sitting at the dining table. Blind Lady also leaned forward, only to hear Jiang Sun whispering in her ear, I want to possess her body. Blind Lady was speechless. Jiang Sun seemed to have realized that his words were a little ambiguous. He hurriedly added, just like how I manipulated Baze, manipulate her and make her become another me. Then, I'll visit the Celestial Flower Organization and the Sakura Organization. Blind Lady was dumbfounded. She even ignored the new term Sakura Organization and said, just like how I manipulated Baze. Jiang Sun said, I have a magical star map that I secretly learned from the members of the Star Transformation Organization. It can invade a person's body, deprive a person's soul, and make a living person my own. Eating, breathing, sleeping, moving, using star techniques. It's no different from the previous owner of this body, except that the soul in the body has changed. Blind Lady turned her head silently and stared at Jiang Sun's side profile with her eyes that were covered by a cloth. It was as if she could see Jiang Sun through the cloth. Jiang Sun couldn't stand the position. The two of them were whispering to each other just now. And at this moment, Blind Lady had turned her head. So, if Jiang Sun accidentally turned his head, the outcome would probably end in death, right? Okay, hurry up and eat. Jiang Sun sat up straight quietly and reached out to pat Blind Lady's head. Don't worry, I won't do that to you. I'm a person who distinguishes between love and hate. If my friends come, I'll have wine. If my enemies come, I'll have a star map. The Blind Lady did not say a word. In the end, she lowered her head as if she was digesting this news. Although she had long known how the Baze mecha worked, Jiang Sun's ability still made Blind Lady's heart palpitate when he made it clear. That also made Blind Lady doubt her own choice. Is Earth really so colorful? After a sumptuous breakfast, Jiang Shou tidied up the table and Blind Lady quickly left to the agreed location. There was a door that had long been opened. Blind Lady quickly walked out, but she sensed Jiang Zhao's agitated actions. Blind Lady asked, what's the matter? Jiang Xiao kicked the white ghoul corpse under his feet and said, my green glow and endurance have been upgraded. There were a few boxes of gold-quality white ghoul star beads with Hui and Kanglin, but Jiang Xiao did not touch them as they were reserved resources. There were many white ghouls on this land, so there was no need for him to dig up the star beads of his comrades. Although Jiang Xiao wasn't interested in them, they were actual gold-quality star beads that could restore star power. Besides, the most important thing was that Jiang Xiao could use platinum-quality white ghoul star beads, which were equivalent to 10. Since there were so many white ghouls, there was no need for Jiang Xiao to do that. Blind Lady frowned slightly. The surrounding environment was completely different from when she entered the Calamity Ruins yesterday. Clearly, while she was resting, Jiang Xiao had already carried out his own mission. Jiang Xiao then bent down and helped the white ghoul's corpse to sit up. Jiang Shao folded his fingers and placed them in front of the white ghoul's broken head. Good lord, this is a head smash. Huff! The massive body of the white ghoul flew backward with a swoosh and smashed several trees along the way, causing layers of snow to fall. It then disappeared from Jiang Zhao's vision. Normal brass-green glow would only have a slight repelling effect. The golden-green glow would only have a repelling effect of about 8 meters. Blind Lady was very certain that the white ghouls that disappeared in the dense forest were definitely not the result of the golden-green glow. Of course, although the white ghouls seemed to have disappeared, they did not leave the range of Blind Lady's perception. After all, there were trees blocking, and the white ghouls were only repelled by the head by more than 100 meters. Candlelight green glow. Candlelight endurance. Jiang Shao looked at the internal star map excitedly. The text descriptions of the 2 star techniques did not change much, but there was no doubt that the effects had been enhanced. The green glow would probably be able to send living creatures flying 150 meters away. Jiang Shao had another conjecture, but he dared not test it out. Can the candlelight endurance withstand the space slash? Should I test it out? If I don't go to hell, who will? I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who has the candlelight endurance, right? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao took off his shirt and touched himself. Finally, he rubbed his right elbow joint with his left hand and pinched the flesh there. Blind Lady was dumbfounded. Due to years of training, Jiang Zhao's body was very strong and fit. He had a very qualified warrior's body, and probably no excess fat could be found. The only part that could be pinched was probably the flesh connecting his forearm and forearm. That part of the flesh was rather magical and did not hurt at all. Jiang Shao said, "Go in and pinch me here. I'll test how strong my defense is." Blind Lady was speechless. She hesitated for a moment and remained silent, but she still obediently entered the calamity world again. She pinched the flesh of Jiang Zhao's elbow joint with her long fingers and squeezed it back slightly. Jiang Shao carefully closed the portal. It was a delicate task, and if he was not careful, half of Jiang Zhao's arm would be gone. Actually, he could experiment with his fingers. Jiang Zhao's current quality of bell could reattach his broken fingers. Even if he did not reattach them, his broken fingers might just grow back, but wouldn't that be painful? Whoosh. The portal closed and Jiang Zhao's elbow was covered in blood. Ha! Jiang Shao let out a strange nasal sound and pressed bell, which had been adjusted to gold quality, on his chest. The bloody elbow joint was quickly repaired and healed. Seems like the candlelight moon quality can't compete with the dimensional slicing blade. Jiang Shao opened the portal of the calamity world, only to see Blind Lady holding a piece of flesh and putting it into the cuff of her cloak. Clearly, she was feeding the sea-devouring robe. Jiang Shao said angrily, "You sure aren't wasteful." Blind Lady wiped her blood-stained fingers in her cuff, and when she took them out again, the blood on her fingers had been completely melted by the sea-devouring robe. It felt like she was sucking on a chicken nugget. Blind Lady's emotions did not fluctuate at all, and she said softly, "It likes you more than you think." As she spoke, the Blind Lady waved her empty fingers, as if to prove something. "Look, I've been eaten clean, let's go. We'll use the fastest time to walk through the land of Beijiang." As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and he turned into a tall, savage sorcerer. In front of them, they entered the territory of Qi City and saw the arsenal. Blind Lady said softly, "Let's go." Chapter 1099. A week later, at the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade in the Dajiang province on Earth. In Second Last's office, the Tengu stood at the door of the office and heard the sounds of an intense argument coming from behind the door. He hesitated for a moment and felt that it was more important to report the situation. Knock, knock, knock. The Tengu knocked on the door with a document in his hand. The voices in the room stopped abruptly, and a few seconds later, Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "Come in." The Tengu opened the door and walked in, only to see Second Last sitting behind the desk with 4 members of the Tail Feather Brigade standing in front of it. The other members were led by Han Jiangxue, who had 8 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. Judging from the previous voices, it should be an argument between second last and 8 tails. 1 LV, the Tengu said as he strode in. Speak, second last said, casually while staring at Han Jiangxue with squinted eyes. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue was as cold as ice and the temperature in the room was extremely low. She stared at second last stubbornly and transformed into Han Jiangxue again without backing down at all. The Tengu bit the bullet and said, "The situation in the various regions of Beijiang has been summarized. It has been proven that the disappearance of the dimensional space in the Xingling district is not an isolated case." Okay. Second last finally turned around and looked at the Tengu. Continue. The Tengu said, on the night of January 26th, the number of dimensional spaces and holy ground opened in the Xingling district plummeted. On the morning of the 27th, the space door was no longer opened. On January 27th, the number of dimensional spaces in the upper half of Beijiang, north of Red Pine, and Coal City continued to decline. On January 28th, the number of dimensional spaces and holy ground in Jiaqing, south of Red Pine, and the lower half of Beijiang also plummeted. At the same time, there were no more space doors in the upper half of Beijiang, north of Red Pine, and Coal City. On January 29th, during the day, the dimensional space in Qi City gradually disappeared. According to the soldiers, they saw with their own eyes that no one had entered the space and destroyed the arsenal of the holy ground. On the night of January 29th, the space in the oil region no longer opened. On the 30th of January, the space in the North Forest no longer opened. On the 31st of January, the space in the Shuangshan district. February 1st, Coxcomb district. Tengu's voice trembled a little. Even though he had already read the report, he was still a little excited when he read it again. As of now, in Beijiang, apart from Jiangbin, there are still dimensional spaces that have opened. Tengu looked away from the information and raised his head to look at second last. There are no more battles in the other regions. Beside him, Gushuren lightly sighed, as if he had lost something. Brother, I followed you to join the Guardians of the Night. I thought I was here to fight alongside you, but I didn't expect. They were here to watch a tech stream. Iching-chan placed his palms together and placed them on the tip of his nose, as though he was praying for something in his heart. The whole world is watching you. Master, you've worked hard. Second last nodded and asked, how's the situation in Jiangbin? Tengu immediately replied, it's not optimistic. There are still many dimensional spaces that have been opened, and the number of creatures that have been released is still on a rise. However, as the other areas no longer open the space door, there should be no problem after the main forces are deployed to Jiangbin. Okay. Second last nodded. This also indirectly confirmed the conjecture of projection. It wasn't that there would be 10 creatures released from the dimensional spaces. Instead, as long as there were creatures, the upper dimensional spaces and lower dimensional spaces would produce star beasts continuously, which would far exceed the number of star beasts in the dimensional spheres. We're thinking about the same person. He needs help, Han Jiangxue said all of a sudden. Second last stared at Han Jiangxue sternly and said, you're still my soldier now. Han Jiangxue stared at second last stubbornly and said coldly, you know that he must be the one who did this. Ever since he disappeared from Earth, there have been strange occurrences in the Xingling district that have been going on ever since. He's the only one who has the ability to do that. Second last said, apart from Jiangbin, there are no more wars in Beijiang. However, Dajiang is different. You've been fighting for several days, but haven't you realized the current situation of Dajiang? Han Jiangxue had indeed just returned from the battlefield, and she looked exhausted. However, she said, we're trying to stop the problem from boiling, but we're not solving the root of the problem. He's really taking drastic measures. He had also told second last about the theory of stopping the problem from boiling and taking drastic measures. Everyone thought that second last would reprimand Han Jiangxue, but she only remained silent for a while before explaining, which was rare for her. The other teams have already gone to the dimensional spheres. They have different responsibilities and different tasks. What you have to do is to carry out the tasks assigned to you. Xia Yin tugged at Han Jiangshue's sleeve carefully. Everything that happened today, including Second Last's attitude, had already made it clear. Second Last had never been a kind person. She could only speak to Han Jiangshue in such a manner because of someone. However, that someone was definitely not Han Jiangshue. From another perspective, who wouldn't want to go up? Perhaps Wan LV wanted to go up and carry out the mission more than Han Jiangshue. Hence, the exchange today turned out to be like this. Both Second Last and Han Jiangshue were behaving abnormally. Second Last raised her head at the Heavenly Hound and asked, "Is there anything else?" The Heavenly Hound said, "The same thing is happening in the Central Plains and Ludong, but the speed is much slower than in Beijiang." Okay. Second Last nodded and continued to pay attention to the situation. According to the analysis of the route, the next area is likely to be Zhongji. The Heavenly Hound nodded and quickly turned around to leave. "You guys go back and rest. Wait for further instructions," Second Last said while glancing at Han Jiangshue. She then gestured to the desk with her eyes. Xia Yin tugged the corner of Han Jiangshue's shirt worriedly again, after which the three of them opened the door and left. Staring at Han Jiangshue, who stepped forward and stood in front of the desk, Second Last said calmly, "I know it's him. It can only be him." Han Jiangshue remained silent and didn't respond. Second Last said, "He doesn't have any bait on Earth, so he can't send any messages. However, he deliberately left Jiangbin out. That's because he's using a special method to send a message. That's the passageway he left for the Chinese soldiers to enter the dimensional sphere." Han Jiangshue frowned slightly, and the intelligent her immediately figured it out. She asked, "The snowfield of Jianan village?" Second Last nodded and said, "He entered the dimensional sphere, but someone came back from the dimensional sphere. That person is the ancestor that Jiang Shao met in the snowfield of Jianan village," Senior Reclaimer. Upon hearing her words, Han Jiangshue couldn't help but press her hands on the desk and lean over to look at Second Last. A hint of surprise appeared on her exhausted face. "You've met that senior?" "Yes." Second Last nodded slightly and said, "A few years ago, I supported Jiang Shao in entering the upper dimension to look for him. After Senior Reclaimer returned, all the information was made public. Or to be exact, the Tail Feather Brigade, don't have any right to discuss any conditions with anyone. The higher-ups helped me take on all the responsibility and treated it as an internal exploration plan of the Guardians of the Night. Due to the fact that it's not mature yet and we've failed continuously, we didn't inform anyone about it. However, that's just what I claimed to the public. Internally, the higher-ups are very displeased with me. Tail Feather Brigade has contributed, but they're also at fault. The merits and demerits can't be offset. In the past, I would have long applied for a place to enter the dimensional sphere." Listening to Second Last's lengthy speech, Han Jiangshue fell silent. Second Last said, "Guard Jiang well and see what his next move is." After the three northern regions, he might head south, or he might head west, if he really came to Dejiang. If he really comes to Dejiang, the Tail Feather Brigade will be qualified to enter the dimensional sphere as an elite team. Han Jiangshue still wanted to say something, but Second Last did not wait for her to answer. She said, "If we don't deal with the root of the problem, there won't be anything left." Han Jiangshue remained silent for a long while before nodding gently. Second Last tilted her head and gestured to the door. "Military posture, 8 hours." Han Jiangshue said, "Okay." However, Han Jiangshue had only been standing at the door for an hour when Second Last's hoarse voice sounded in the office. "Go back and rest. Keep it for later." Han Jiangshue bit her lip and held a wave teleportation ball in her hand. In the room, Second Last placed her long legs on the desk and tilted her head to look out of the window. The situation in Dejiang did not improve at all. Instead, it was getting more and more intense. Fortunately, the population there was not densely packed, and under the supervision of the light-chasing brigade, The civilians had already been gathered in the shelter with the cooperation of the various military forces. Compared to the densely populated east and south, the heavily guarded Zhejiang was still controllable despite the fact that the creatures of other dimensions were of a higher level. Of course, she would feel sorry for her subordinates. The fact that Second Last could communicate with Han Jiangxue was already considered amiable. It was also a small right that Han Jiangxue had fought hard to obtain. In the past few days, Han Jiangxue had perfectly replaced Jiang Shao and become the captain of the elite tail feather brigade. She had definitely worked hard and made great contributions. In the end, one's actions still determined one's actions. If the two of them were to exchange positions, Han Jiangxue would be in her position, and Second Last would be the captain of the tail feather team. She would probably be far more aggressive than Han Jiangxue today. Back then, Second Last was thrown into the snowfield because she refused to reorganize the tail feather team. She had to stay there for the rest of her life. The dragon-slaying warrior who used to go against the heavens and the earth had finally grown a pair of horns. Second Last's eyes were hollow as she stared blankly at the flying snow outside the window. According to Hiyun, there were still some lost warriors in the Starfall stage who were members of the Star Advent team. There were also many Star Warriors who were at the peak of the Starfall stage. Hopefully, his teammates there would be able to protect him. I heard that. Yu Qiuzi is even a Rules Awakened in the Starry Sky stage. At the thought of this, Second Last smiled helplessly. She had never thought that one day she would pin her hopes on a traitor. Yu Qiuzi, Second Last murmured softly. Wang One Tail stubbornly believes that you've gone to see the mountains and the sea that you've never seen before. Now that Nine-Tailed has gone to your side, you should be by his side. After all, is the mountains and the sea. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.